your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, it's part my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP, all that we got to shine. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, is where my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP, all that we got to shine. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, yes, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here, look. We voted for me, I'm Motley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And then we go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Motley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. They are talking that Verleaders do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, it's part my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP, all that we got to shine. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, is where my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP, all that we got to shine. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, yes, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here.
Christchurches, it must be confusion in their mind. I'm voting for Wilfred like last time. Stamp me X down one time, one time. For Wilfred Abrams, we stamp it every time. Yeah, yeah. Wilfred Abrams is number one. Cause we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrams is number one. And we vote for him. We will vote him this time. Vote him all the time. So we vote for Abrams last time. Voting Abrams this time. We vote Abrams last time. Vote him every time. So we vote Abrams last time. We will vote him this time. We vote Abrams last time. Vote him all the time. So he's about development, and clearly that is evident.
the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We know going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People, let us show you how. The journey now start. Trust we will climb. What we want, what we need, what we have, should be a Let's raise our hands together.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, Silver Sands. Good evening, Silver Sands. Good evening, Silver Sands. I am Dalton Tyrone Lovell, and I'm your chairman this evening. And we are here in support of our candidate, Wilfred Arthur Abrams. I have a few things that I have to say to you tonight. I have come here tonight to tell you that you need to vote for Wilfred Arthur Abrams in your numbers, so much so that when the returning officer speaks come next Wednesday night or early on Thursday morning, that he will be compelled to say that Wilfred Arthur Abrams has been duly elected to serve the people of the constituency of Christchurch East one more time. I have also come here to tell you tonight that you cannot have Mia Amor Motley as your prime minister if you do not vote for Wilfred Arthur Abrams and the Barbados Labour Party candidates across this country. And yes, I have also come to tell you something else tonight. And you may not know it, but I have also come to tell you tonight that there is something. You may think that Elsa was bad, or you may think that the ash was bad, or you may think that COVID is bad, but I am here to tell you tonight that there is something more destructive than those three things together, and it is called the Democratic Labour Party. It is no use. It is destructive. It is no blasted use, I tell you tonight. But I am here to tell you something else. I am also here to tell you tonight that when you do good, good will attend to you. When you do good, good will attend to you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch West, Dr. William Duguid.
Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We know going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People, let us show you how. The journey now start. Trust we will climb. What we want. What we need, what we have, should be a Let's raise our hands.
Good night to the people of Silver Sands. How are y'all feeling tonight? Can y'all feel the excitement? Can y'all feel a great victory again for the Barbados Labour Party? Can y'all feel that in Christchurch, yet again, we will be bringing home all 5. What we want in Christchurch, all 5. And I can look out and I can see Reginald Farley, who represented in Christchurch. And when he was the MP in 2003, the first election that I was able to contest, we brought home all 5. Then in 2018, we brought home all 5. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to keep on that record. You need to get out in your numbers and vote for the Barbados Labour Party representative, vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidate in your Christchurch constituency. That means in this constituency, I want you to vote for Wilfred Abrams. And let me tell you, Wilfred has worked tirelessly for the constituency that he has been representing. And I've seen what he has done. Not only did he work for the constituency, but he worked nationally. You know, and I used to see him working on the South Coast Sewage Project to fix that problem, night and day. Sometimes 12 o'clock, I pass by Wilfred out there trying to get the problem sorted out. They had to go through, send through cameras, put in a bubble to try to get it solved, get the pressure thing tested, get the new outfall done. All of those things, design it, tender, put it through to get the sewage off the streets, to solve a problem that the previous administration could not get solved, to get that matter resolved. And that matter isn't only for the people of Christchurch, because it didn't affect only the people of Christchurch, it affected the whole country. Because when we have TripAdvisor saying that you don't go to Barbados because there's sewage on the streets, it affects the whole country. When you pass through and you get sewage on your tires, and then you go home and your child touches it, it is a problem. So I was so proud of Wilfred and the South Coast Sewage Project team that worked to resolve that problem. And if for nothing else, for solving a national problem that plagued and was able to give us such a negative feedback on the international scene, you, the people of Christchurch East, should reward Wilfred Abrams for the tremendous work that he did, and vote for Wilfred Abrams on Wednesday morning. I want to also tell you about the wonderful work that Ralph Thorne did in Christchurch. Thorne worked hard on what we call the Thorne Commission, which is a concept of bringing new governance to this country. And in addition to all the work he did in the Thorne Commission, he has always been there for the people of Christchurch South. Many times I've been to events with him in Lower Carters, in Oistins, all the way through Rendezvous, all through Christchurch South. Ralph Thorne has been there. And I'm going to ask the people that are here who are from Christchurch South, and I'm going to ask the people who are watching us on social media to get out in your numbers and vote for Ralph Thorne. I also want you to vote for Ryan Strawn in Christchurch East Central. We spent a whole evening in Watton yesterday in support of Ryan Strawn. And let me tell you, Ryan Strawn acts as the Minister of Finance when the Prime Minister is not here. And what does he do? If Ryan did not find the money to buy the buses that the whole of Barbados is benefiting from, we would not have those electric buses today. If Ryan Strawn didn't find the money to fix the same South Coast Sewage Project, we would still have the problem today. If Ryan Strawn didn't find the money to do the roads, and we've done 50-something roads in the first 2 years when I was at MTW, and another 40-something since Ian Goodinegel has been there. If Ryan doesn't find that money, we would not be where we are today. So Ryan has done a tremendous job in the Ministry of Finance, because at the end of the day, the Prime Minister can't do everything. And she needs good support people around her, like Wilfred Abrams and Ryan Strawn and Ralph Thorne. And of course, like my good friend, Medic Ford. Medic Ford for Christchurch West Central. And let me tell you, everybody knows Medic has the right medicine. He has been there for the people of Christchurch West Central time and again, even before politics, man. He was there assisting when Joe Edgell was the Member of Parliament. And he worked hard for the people in Sargents, Gall Hill, Silver Hill, and worked with Joe Edgell. And if he was there for you all this time, we don't want to come here who now come into the floor. We got to stick with a man who's been there working for you. That man is Medic Ford. And I want to ask you to get out, the people of Christchurch, and vote for Medic Ford. Now, you know, I lead this Christchurch team. Reggie, you led it, and you had all 5. I have led it last time, and we had all 5. Now, you know, I expect you all to help me in retaining that and get all 5 again. But the only way you can get that is getting out and voting for the Christchurch candidate in your area. And I want you to remember, a vote for any candidate for the Barbados Labour Party is a vote for Mia Amor-Motley. And Mia Amor-Motley is the greatest leader we have seen in the Caribbean region for a long, long time. And it's not only us that recognize it. It's not only the Caribbean region that recognizes it. It is the world that recognizes it. Where you see international leaders falling over themselves to talk to Mia Motley when she's at international events. Because she brings a bright, new perspective on things. She brings ideas and innovation. And they're at awe to see what Barbados has been able to produce in Mia Amor-Motley. So I want all of you to understand that if you want Mia Motley as the Prime Minister of Barbados, what you have to do is get out in your numbers and vote for the candidate for the Barbados Labour Party in your constituency. Because let's get real, leadership matters. Leadership matters. I can say it again, leadership matters. And let me be clear, do y'all want to go back to the days of Frandell Stewart? And even although Frandell Stewart may not be a candidate, his invisible hand will be reaching in to the Democratic Labour Party and having significant influence over them. And if you all think that because he isn't a candidate, he isn't reaching in, don't be fooled. Because he wants to take you all back to what he calls the glorious days of the Democratic Labour Party. Well, were they glorious to you? Why, sure that half of Barbados sucks salt, and that's why y'all sent them a clear message. If you obviously have not learned their lesson. So if they haven't learned their lesson, I guess what we need to do is send them that lesson again. Because hard ears you don't hear, only you must feel. And what we have to do in Barbados is send that strong message to the Democratic Labour Party that we no longer want them involved in the affairs of this country. We no longer want them tinkering with government and governance in this country. So when you see that ballot, and you see Abrams and the other fella, you only got one choice. You got to get out and vote for Wilfred Abrams in this constituency of Christchurch East, because leadership matters most. I wanted to also talk a little bit about the housing program that we have. You would see in our manifesto that the Barbados Labour Party intends to build 10,000 houses over the next few years. We've started. We've started by identifying the land where those 10,000 houses will go. We've started by designing the roads of where those 10,000 houses will go. We've started by looking at the designs of the 2-bedroom and the 3-bedroom, and the 3-bedroom plus opportunities to expand where those houses will go. But more important than that, we also understand how you're going to finance those. And you're going to finance those houses by the benefits of the photovoltaic systems working from the roof. What does that mean? We talk about PV all the time. And people come up to me and ask me, but what is PV? Well, I explain to them, PV is those panels that garnish and attract the rays of the sun and change those rays into electricity. And they have what's called a power purchase agreement, which is a contract with the Barbados Light and Power to pay you for all of the electricity that is harnessed from the sun from your roof. And you use that to offset the cost of the house or the land or both. So it means that rather than you having to pay the whole amount of a mortgage, you only pay part of the amount because the rest comes from the income of the photovoltaic system on the roof. This is what we've started with the Hope Direct plan. And you can see the houses at Lancaster going up. Then we've also doing it in the Hope Advance plan. Again, you're going to start seeing houses with photovoltaic systems on the roof. And what we realized is a 700 square foot roof will give you an income about $750 per month. And that is equivalent to a mortgage of about $120,000 at 3%. So what we found is that the income value from the light and power will essentially pay the mortgage. So once we have that, and we have the feed-in ability for the light and power to cover that expense, it means that the homeowner doesn't have to contribute a large amount to a mortgage. So it means the average person making $2,000 a month or less would get an opportunity to own a home. And you know, I saw on Facebook that Lashley put up something that he compares the houses that we're doing and suggests that they're small to the place that they did in Valerie. Now don't get me wrong. I do not begrudge the people in Valerie because you have to have people who rent as well. But which is better? To have a house that you can own and call it your own, or to live in an apartment in Valerie that you'll be renting year after year after year? Obviously, having some place that you own is better than a rental. A rental is seen as a transition until you get some place that you own. So the concepts of the Barbados Labour Party to provide people somewhere that they can own for themselves, much better than the transition of a rental. And that is exactly what we're trying to do. We don't want to make Barbados people's tenants forever. We want to make the people of Barbados owners of land, owners of houses, owners of property. And that's what we want. We want a property-owning society, not a society of tenants. And that's exactly why we're going to be building 10,000 houses, so people get to own their own home. And that's exactly where we need to be. Now, I'm going to talk about the fact that when they built it, it was $500 a square foot. And we built these houses for $180 a square foot, which means that for the same money, we could do double the amount, and house double the amount of people. I ain't going to even get into that because that gets a little complicated. But just stay focused and understand. Home ownership better than rental. And that's exactly where we need to be. And that's why we are focusing on ownership. So that if you own something, you could go to the bank and borrow on it. So that you can educate your children. So that you can use, once you own it, you can use that opportunity then to buy something else, to have an income when you retire. So that if you have something to complement the national insurance because you have a second income generating property. People got to understand that we have to think outside the box. And that's exactly what I've brought to government. Because if we continue to do the same things the same way, Einstein said it, if you continue to do the same things the same way, you cannot expect anything different. You can't expect any improvements. So therefore, what you have to do things different. And that's exactly what we're doing. Well, look at the back page of The Nation on Sunday. You didn't see how wonderful the East-West house look? You didn't see how wonderful it looked? I got over 200 people called me saying, I want one, I want one, I want one, including the reporter. I want one. Because they recognize how strong they are. They recognize the benefits of it. They recognize the forward-thinking way that we have gone. It cannot burn. It cannot be eaten by termites. It is strong and sturdy. And that's exactly what we want to do. Because if you continue to think inside the box and you don't step outside the box and think of different ways, then you're doomed to remain in a box. And we are not keeping Barbados in no box. What we are doing is we are expanding. We are spreading our wings. We are seeing what opportunities become available. And we're looking forward to improving it and to keep Barbados going forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand something. Do you think that you would be safe in the hands of Verla de Pisa and the Democratic Labour Party? Can you imagine what would have happened if the Democratic Labour Party were in office when COVID hit? Can you imagine what would have happened if the Democratic Labour Party were in office when the volcano struck? Can you imagine what would have happened if the Democratic Labour Party were in office when we had the first hurricane for 65 years. I'm telling you, when they left office, they left us as the third most indebted country of the world. So nobody was lending us anything. So if you don't have any money, you can't do anything. They wouldn't have been able to fix the houses. They wouldn't have been able to build her at some point because we wouldn't have the money for it. They wouldn't have been able to get any of the vaccines because we wouldn't have the money for it. They wouldn't be able to do anything of hire the 1,500 people to clean up the roads and to clean up the buildings because we wouldn't have had the money for it. You all got to understand these things. And when the Barbados Labour Party came to office, we fixed the problem. We fixed the problem by first fixing the financial situation. And once we fixed the financial situation, that put us in a good position to withstand all of the shocks and crises that we had. And that is what is most important. So I know and you know that you are safer with the Barbados Labour Party. I know and you know that you are safer with Mia Amor Motley as your Prime Minister. I know that you are safer with Wilfred Abrams rather than low down. So I want you in this constituency to get out and vote for Wilfred Abrams. I want you to get out and vote for Ryan Strawn. I want you to get out and vote for Medic Ford. I want you to get out and vote for Ralph Thorne. And of course, I want you to get out in Christchurch West and vote for yours truly, Dr. William Duguid. Because do good and good shall attend you. Do good and good shall attend you. And I want to give a shout out to my cousin, John Duguid. Shout out, my friend. Thank you, good night, and God bless you all. I love you.
Don't stand for man, play that you vex. Get out there and give me get the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them West ain't ready. Them West ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them West ain't ready yet. Me and the BLP.
Thank you, Willie. Thank you. We'll keep moving. You know, I heard William made reference just now to some houses that the Dems are complaining about. We are building some little small houses and all kinds of stuff. Years ago, the Democratic Labour Party built some houses in Lancaster. Some houses down there. They were probably a little smaller than this tent. But they felt that that was good enough for people. And they stayed unoccupied for a very long time. Classic thing about those houses were so small. I mean, they were so small that you had difficulty getting a 3-foot bed through the door. And if you had gone inside the house and you needed to change your mind about something, it was so small you would have to go back outside, change your mind, and then go back inside. And they're talking nonsense about what we're building. This Barbados Labour Party has demonstrated that it knows what the people needs and it delivers. You have a man up here, Wilfred Arthur Abrams, who delivers. He does not just deliver for his constituents, he delivers all across Barbados. Wilfred Arthur Abrams is a good man, a decent man, an honest man. And I know that you will go to the polls next Wednesday and you will be voting for Wilfred Abrams again. But I'll say something to you now. There was a good man here before. Don't get tired. I am talking about the hearse man. I skipping he. I'll deal with him later though. But there was another good man here before, you know. And this, you all are going to create some history out here. Because when you vote for Wilfred Abrams, you're not just getting Wilfred, you know. You're getting another good man along with Wilfred. You're going to get Reginald Farley again to help Wilfred Abrams, man. Another good man. You know the kind of representation you got from him. He has never left this constituency of Christchurch East. And you know what I am saying is true. Ever present. Every time you look around, you see him. If I didn't know him better, if I didn't know him to be a decent, honest man, I would think he had a woman in this constituency. But I know that's not the case. I know that's not the case. He just wants to see that you are all right. Checking in on you occasionally, making sure everything is all right, doing a little top up here and there. That's the nature of the man. And I'm telling you, you will have him again once you vote for Wilfred Abrams. Ladies and gentlemen, my eternal friend, Reginald Farley.
Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We no going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People, let us show you how. The journey now start. Trust we will climb. What we want. What we need, what we have, should be a Let's raise our hands together. BLP, more than ever. We're standing up together with me.
Good night, good night, good night to the good people of Silver Sands. So good to see you. Good night, June Nurse, my darling. I saw you walking across the night and I felt so proud. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to see you. One of the stars on my platform in 1999. Wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I thank you, June, and all of the other good people of this constituency for giving me the opportunity to have served you as Member of Parliament, but more important than that, to have welcomed me as a friend and a partner over these times that have not been the Member of Parliament. We share many times together, and I am proud to consider myself and that you consider me a member of this wider community. I want to say good night to the nurses, Ashbeens, Bournes, Binos, all of the big families here in the southern part of Christchurch. But tonight, we are here because we are in an election, an important moment of decision in our country. We are here, yes, to report on what we did in the past, but to contemplate our future. We are here because in our great democracy, and let no one fool you, you hear a lot of nonsense talk about threats to democracy and so on. Democracy is alive and well. There are 117 candidates nominated for the 30 constituencies in Barbados. And in this constituency alone, there are 4 candidates. Indeed, in 2018, there were 132. So people compete. At the end of the day, the choice of Barbadians is either a split parliament, a lopsided parliament, but it is the people's choice. And we want to speak to you tonight and share some thoughts with you as friend to friend, member of this community, on leadership and why that matters. Leadership at the level of your member of parliament, leadership at the level of your prime minister, leadership at the level of your parliament. You have seen the good and bad of Barbados. You've seen Barbados rise and fall based on the quality of leadership. And I say to you that now more than ever, Barbados needs leadership, and it has it right now, which is visionary and decisive, but is also caring and compassionate. And I am here tonight to say to you that Mayor Amora Motley has been an outstanding Prime Minister of this country, Barbados. She has done much in her short time to restore our reputation internationally, to restore our confidence locally. She, along with her team, William Dugan, whom you heard speak tonight already. We have Lisa Cummins, Wilfred Abrams to come. In fact, the whole Christchurch team will speak to you tonight. But across the line from Breast of Barbados, members of parliament and ministers have been providing that decisive leadership that has been able to bring us from the brink of despair and disaster in 2018. We're not yet out of the woods, but light is there at the end of the tunnel. And what am I speaking about on this leadership? Barbados has been able to have a leader that has the technical capacity and capability to rescue this economy in short order. You will recall that in 2018 we came to you and we said we've identified 17 issues which are so important, we call them mission critical, and they will be solved in 6 months or less. We did them. And we reported to you in our manifesto on what they are. But most important was that you, operating in this country, no longer have to fear for the value of the Barbados dollar that was under threat of devaluation. No more. You, my friends, are living in a country where our debt, which had been left extremely high at $16 billion by the last administration, has been reduced to $13 billion and falling. You're in a Barbados. We're in 3.5 short years. The government has so managed its affairs that whilst the largest item of expenditure on our budget was debt service, so for every $1 of taxation collected, 68 cents was used to pay debt, which means that only 32 cents was left to do everything. Try to build houses, send children to school, all those things. So many things could not be done. Under astute leadership from Mayor Motley and her team of excellent ministers, that has now been reversed, where of every $1 of revenue we collect by taxation, only 30 cents goes towards debt servicing, which means that we have 70 cents left to spend on all of the things to keep Barbadians safe, to help improve their livelihoods. And you've seen already, and I want to congratulate William Dugan, Minister of Housing and Lands, on the excellent work that he has done in that ministry. He is building houses where the dams built none. He is repairing housing units for those who are in rental accommodation. And you heard the plans outlined. That could only be done with money. And that money has come through the caring, astute leadership of Mayor Amor Motley. And we could look as well at other indications of progress. You will hear tonight from Lisa Cummins, excellent Minister of Tourism, who will speak about how, against the odds, she has been able, along with her team, to bring tourists back to Barbados. But I want to say to you that even though we had identified work to be done at the beginning of this term, no one predicted the problems we had in 2020. And that is why I say to you, leadership matters in this uncertain environment. You could not want more uncertainty than to have in 1 year alone. We had COVID striking. We had the ashfall based on the volcanic eruption in St. Vincent. We had the freak storm, 46,000 lightning strikes in 1 hour, knocking out electricity. My electricity was out for about 2 weeks. And then, of course, we had the real hurricane, Hurricane Elsa. How much more uncertainty can you have than that? And let me ask you this question, Silver Sands. This is one of the foremost fishing villages in Barbados. We have Stephen Bourne, we have other captains, even my friend Cougar, who's on the other side, but he's a good captain. And I believe he's out to sea fishing rather than fishing on land for votes for the other side this time. But that's another matter. That's a local matter. But if you were going out to sea, you would ask for the best captain to put on your boat and take you out to sea. Even when the sea is calm, if you're going out to sea and you expect that the sea could be rough, the swells could be high, winds could be high. You want a really, really good captain. And the good ship Barbados has been under the good captain of Mayor Motley. And the seas going forward can be choppy. We do not know what this country will face as we chart international waters, but having a good captain with competent crew, including Wilfred Abrams, is certainly a better guarantee and can give you the confidence to proceed along your merry way. And that is the fundamental point I want to make to you today, that leadership matters. And as you go into this election, you need to look at the options being offered among the 117 choices for members of parliament, and among the 4 or more, there are 3 official parties, but then the independents and so on, but there are at least 3 people who head political parties in Barbados vying for leadership of this country. And when I look at them, I must tell you, I'm only seeing one choice. Mia, 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 Mia. Based both on her track record of excellence and leadership, as well as the uncertainty that is still there in the international environment. But let me remind you of some of the things that have been achieved in this short time. In addition to matters of the economy, I made mention of the fact that we have the natural disasters. You know that climate change is a reality which Barbados faces, and we are already feeling the negative impact. So the freak storm and the rail storm, the sargassum weed, the ashfall, all challenges to our environment. And what did Mayor Motley do? Mayor Motley set about to solve those problems. In fact, she was able to recognize that there was an opportunity to create some employment for young people and older people, but young people especially. And there are people here within the sound of my voice who know that they were beneficiaries of employment opportunities in cleaning the ash up around Barbados. The NCC workers did a fantastic job with some outside support in clearing up the sargassum seaweed that was a major threat to our tourism. I remember being in Sears Court once, and I could smell something. What does that smell? It was the smell of the sargassum when it was up in here in the river. So I say to you that Mayor Motley and her team have dealt with the challenges that we face. But that was small compared to COVID. Barbados has distinguished itself in the way in which Mayor Motley was able to bring together the private sector, the labor union, the NGOs, the medical fraternity, and all Barbados to jointly fight against COVID. But long before we had our first case, the government made a determination that we had to prepare. But because we have restructured the economy, we were able to find the $300 million that we spent on health expenditure because of COVID. We were able to fund the building of a new hospital at Harrison Point. Because I think when people call it Harrison Point, they don't realize it's a hospital. It is a specialist hospital. Because we did not want to introduce COVID cases into the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. That's where you go with a broken foot, to have your baby, to have other surgery. And a caring, compassionate, decisive government built that facility in short order, but based on the fact that it had rescued and restructured the economy and was therefore able to make that kind of investment. Long before developed countries in the world had vaccines and had PPE, Barbados was able to buy some and beg for some. Barbados was ahead of it as far as COVID is concerned. And I want to urge all of you within the sound of my voice to recognize, though, that notwithstanding the excellent work done by the government, that this fight is your fight. That it depends on each of us wearing our masks, keeping our distance, cleansing our hands, and doing those public health things which will keep us safe. But let us thank not only the government, though, but all of the frontline workers and others who have played their part. But what else am I talking about? I'm talking about visionary, astute leadership that recognizes that as a small country, Barbados must have a big voice. We had 10 years of a silent prime minister. We didn't hear him in Barbados. We didn't hear him overseas. We're a small country ready, and we were disappearing in the distance, like way over the horizon. Nobody, in fact, when I went to Canada in 2018 as High Commissioner, people were already saying we're happy to have Barbados back. I said, what do you mean? We never left? They said, maybe so, but you were silent. In international fora, Barbados had lost its voice. Barbados is now respected as a leader among small island states, and not only by fellow small island states, but big countries. People respect you for your courage. People respect you for your conviction. People respect you for your principled stance on matters. And when Mayor Amora Motley, on your behalf, and my behalf, stands up to the international community to say to Boris Johnson, to say to Joe Biden, to say to anyone that she has to tell, we do not agree with you, you're doing it wrong. You must remember the small states. They respect it, they always agree. It is therefore no surprise that Mayor Amora Motley became the co-chair of the World Bank Development Committee and the chairman of UNCTAD. You may not know what those are, but suffice it to say that the prime minister of this small country is the leader within that grouping of countries like India and South Africa and Pakistan, that as a leader of that bloc of developing countries, including small island states in the Caribbean and Asia, she is well known and respected internationally. So when we had our bout with COVID, and we were trying to get vaccines and other support around the world, she knew who to call. And when she called, people answered. Do you all remember seeing the smile on Joe Biden's face when he got a touch of her hand? They were walking hand in hand out of a meeting, and he felt so fussy. I could understand, because when they touch Prime Minister Sandy feel fussy too. But in all seriousness, ladies and gentlemen, our prime ministers must be given the room for the international engagement. I remember Owen Arthur, somebody's got lashes in Barbados because some people felt he was paying too much attention to CARICOM. CARICOM is important for us. The Commonwealth is important for us. United Nations is important for us. Because our involvement in those organizations helps us to get the resources that we need for the development of Barbados. The road works, which are going to be done in the Scotland district. The road works being done here in this constituency. The work done on the airport and the port and other development which is coming is funded by international finance from those very organizations that now hold Barbados in high esteem. We're talking about leadership which will make sure that in the international community we are able to get international support to strengthen your houses and my houses, to brace for the strong hurricanes that we expect. That Lisa Cummins, as Minister of Tourism, is able to get the financing for coastal defense, protecting our beaches, protecting our hotel investments, for the kind of high-quality infrastructure to make the entire island a five-star property. Not just the hotels dotted around it, but the entire island. That investment is required in order for us to build for the future. But we're talking about leadership. Visionary, strong, but caring and compassionate, which is outlining a vision for the future. You heard William talk about the housing revolution, the renewable energy revolution. We're talking about creating jobs for the future. And let me assure those of you here in the sound of my voice that we have been able to do the big things and the small things. I do not need to remind the fisher folk in this community, and by fisher folk, I don't only mean the fishermen, I mean those who sell fish. Grace and all those people whom I buy from. My girl's in I think it's number 8 stall in Oystins. That we did work to improve the Oystins market, a new market at Pearl Bay. And you may wonder what that has to do with it. Do you know that Barbados could not sell a piece of fish to the European Union because they're considered the sanitary standards in our market not up to their standard? This government has worked to ensure that our people work with dignity and in dignified circumstances, but also that we're able to sell things beyond Barbados. Let's face it, Barbados is a small place. We're vibrant, but we're small. Our people will only be able to make more money if they sell outside of Barbados. So when a cruise liner comes by and says, I would like to buy local fish, but your standard's not up, you can't sell it. If a man comes down here with his wife on holiday, and he turns out to be an importer in Europe and wants to import fish from Barbados, but his health people say Barbados' standards are not good, you can't make it. So the work that has been done on those fish landing sites, improving the jetty, improving the sanitary conditions, keeping them clean, is part of economic development as well as social development. But one of the things that I'm proud of along that vein is that in relation to the policies that we have embarked on to help the average citizen, the new legislation on vending, to decriminalize that which was made criminal during the days past emancipation, where even though our ancestors were free, the planters who were in the parliament in those days passed laws to stop you from being able to do private business, because you know when you do private business, you make money. And the idea was that we were to be kept not to starve, but not to make money either. And therefore, the New Deal that has been put in place for the vendors of Barbados really represents that practical but also symbolic change, where we are pushing entrepreneurship. We're pushing wealth building. And let me be clear. An entrepreneur could be a person that has a job and doing a little side gig. As with people that work someplace, they do hairdressing on the side, they do pudding sauce on weekends, they import clothes and they sell them, whatever it may be. An entrepreneur may also be someone who is doing this work exclusively for his own living. But by whatever description, this government is committed to helping our people, young and old, but young especially, to be able to make their way in this country and the world through entrepreneurship. So in addition to the New Deal for vendors, where our vendors can now operate as dignified business people without the threat of having a criminal charge against them for vending. We have also provided financing. And you know that getting a piece of change to start a business can be a little tight. Your government trusts you. And therefore, under the trust loan program, under the Ministry of Small Business, under Carrie Simmons, was under Dwight Sutherland before, because it's a team effort. Entrepreneurs are able to get $5,000 as a loan, as a first loan. We bet you. You should bet us. So you get that loan to run your business. You pay it back. You may get $10,000 as your second loan, and you can build and build. And what your government is doing by trusting you with this money is helping you to build a track record of business and success. We want in this next term to work with you on wealth building and wealth generating initiatives. You've heard William Dugan outline how you can get your house and have the sun pay for it by the photovoltaics. That is part of wealth creation, not just shelter. So I say to you that leadership matters. Leadership that is visionary, that is capable, but caring and compassionate. And perhaps I should tell you a bit about the compassionate side. It is the same Mayor Motley that has been able to rescue the economy, that also ensured that when the COVID crisis struck and lots of people lost their jobs, that extended unemployment benefits were put in place. That those families that were truly vulnerable, where you had 2 and 3 breadwinners not working, were given up to $600 per month in financial aid. And you know what was good about that? It was done in a dignified way. You didn't have to line up to get any pension, any welfare checks and so on. It was done through card. You could swipe your card like everybody else. Nobody had to know that you were a recipient of aid. Because yes, we must help the vulnerable, but they must be able to do so in dignified circumstances. It is that same caring and compassionate approach where the Prime Minister insisted, when the schools had to be closed because of COVID, that we had to go to online teaching, but recognizing that not everybody has access to online facilities. Some had no internet, many had no devices. Barbados is one of the few countries in the world where its government, even in tight economic circumstances, made sure that it gave devices, it bought tablets, computer tablets for its people. And let me say that I thank the Barbadians here and abroad who also donated. When I was in Canada, we reached out, and the Barbadian diaspora in Canada donated several tablets as well. And I know it for a fact that members of Parliament like Wilfred Abrams, William Duguid, pulled their pockets and donated as well. So Wilfred gave tablets to St. Bartholomew School and St. Christopher School in this constituency to make sure that children's education was not compromised during the period that they had to work from home. As a matter of fact, I believe that it is such an initiative that has caused the St. Bartholomew School to have its best results ever. Because one of the things that Wilfred Abrams, Member of Parliament for this constituency, did, long even before the ministry did it, was that he donated tablets to the class 4 at the St. Bartholomew School. So they were online before other schools and other children were. And that school had 8 students out of its one combinations class going to the top schools in Barbados. And that is caring, compassionate leadership at the level of the Prime Minister, but at the level of your Member of Parliament. So I say to you, leadership matters. Leadership matters, visionary, capable, caring, compassionate. I want to give you one more example of what that leadership is about. We have here in this constituency a young, energetic, intelligent, honest, lots of character, Wilfred Abrams. Wilfred came to you in 2013. He was not successful. He did not let that deter him. He stayed on the ground and gained your confidence in 2018. In 2018, he came in, started to work. But of course, given his skill, his competence, given the level of trust the Prime Minister has in him, he was given one of the most difficult tasks, but one of the most urgent and immediate tasks at that time. She said to that young, brilliant lawyer, I need you to solve the sewage crisis on the South Coast. And in addition to that, if you're not busy there, to solve the water problem. 2 of the most difficult areas in 2018, water and sewage. And if you had any doubts about the capability of Wilfred Abrams to solve difficult problems that impact on people's lives, he set about the task manfully. A picture is etched in my mind even today of a minister of government standing in a tank at the Bridgetown sewage treatment plant that was supposed to be one of 2 tanks working to take and treat the sewage from Bridgetown. It was empty except for some trees that were growing in it and some pumpkins, and he was able to pick a large pumpkin, probably about 10 or 12 pounds. That was the level of mismanagement that had characterized Barbados prior to 2018. In short order, Wilfred Abrams, as minister responsible for water resources, was not only able to stop the sewage from polluting all of William Duguid's constituency on the South Coast, but he was able to fix the Bridgetown sewage treatment plant and avert a national crisis. You may not remember this, but let me remind you that during that period, when the sewage was flowing in Barbados, Germany, United States, England, France, all those countries, their health authorities issued warnings. Do not go to Barbados. It is a health risk. Our chief national earner was under threat for failure to be able to administer simple affairs, waste disposal. And they said, your leadership matters. Because by restructuring our economy, and you know, this Barbados Labour Party sometimes comes under attack. Because when we run the economy well, people say, oh, you're only interested in the economy. As if the economy has nothing to do with people. The economy is like a tent. It sits over all that we do. And within that tent, as individuals, as families, as businesses, we conduct our affairs. It is the job of the government to keep that tent in good repair. And the last government failed. And therefore, individuals, families, and businesses were left to suffer. So I say to you that by virtue of that wiggle room with finances, and with the energy and commitment of people like Wilfred Abrams, we were able to have that problem fixed in short order. And of course, the water crisis, we're not entirely over it yet, but you have already seen the work. Wilfred Abrams was able to design a program to move water from new wells dug in St. Philip up through to St. John, St. Joseph to help those central parishes. He is working on the desalination plant for Eden Park, Eden Grove area behind there, to be able to produce water to augment what we get down here. He's been able to implement the largest water project in Barbados. You know what the last administration did? They built a headquarters. People could not get water. You had pumping sites without backup generators. You had pipes that were older than Queen Victoria, where she's still alive. And they built an office. We instead have concentrated on changing the mains, putting backup generators at pumping stations, digging new wells, and making sure that Barbadians have water which is adequate and available for their domestic needs as well as our commercial needs. That is the kind of caring, compassionate leadership that we need. That boils down to the practical affairs. Because here's it. I know and you know. We don't like to pay taxes. Who does? But you know what? If we are getting value for our money, we can say, okay. And this government is committed to ensuring that you good, decent, God-fearing taxpayers who make your contribution to the national pool, that you're able to feel comfortable about the returns that you're getting for it. Through quality education, quality health care, good public services, a ministry of housing that produces houses. Those are the things that we pay taxes into the common pool for. And it is through the skill of our leader, as well as the hard work of our members of parliament and ministers, that we're able to do those things. But as if that was not enough, Wilfred Abrams also made sure that even a small thing like this, we had COVID, and we were told to wash our hands. There were people who did not own the land they were on, and therefore, according to Water Authority rules, the landlord had to come and sign up for the water. So therefore, we were saying to people, wash your hands, but yet they could not get water. He created something called an indemnity bond, technical term, but what it meant was that even if you did not own the land, you were able to place a monetary bond with the Water Authority, and you were able to get water for sanitary purposes, caring, compassionate leadership. And I say to you, Wilfred Abrams is a key member of the Mayor Motley team. If you want Mayor, you got to take Wilfred with her. You want Wilfred, you get Mayor for free. It is a team. And we're willing to make you a deal. And I want to say that I am proud of Wilfred Abrams because he's been a busy minister, but he's also done his constituency work. And as if he did not work hard enough in water, resources, and energy and all that sort of thing, he went over to Home Affairs, where he had to deal with some other problems. We had issues at the prison. We had COVID up there. We had issues at government industrial school. And we could go on and on and on. But you know what he had? He became responsible for response to national emergencies. So when the ashfall came, I only had to deal with washing down my garage and my roof and so on. Wilfred had to deal with the whole country. All of the disaster response was under your member of parliament. So in addition to coming to check on you here in Silver Sands, He had to be checking on what was happening at the airport, working with Lisa Cummins to get the ash removed off the runway so the aircraft could land, so tourists could come in and we could get some dollars. Working with, I believe William was in public works at the time, working to get the highways cleared so cars and buses could safely drive. But not only that, you will recall that during that time, when cars drove on the road, it pushed the dust into your homes. You had to eat dust, sleep dust. You vacuum today, you vacuum tomorrow. A caring, compassionate government. And that's what I say to you. It matters who leads. A government must do the big things as well as the small things. Because the government immediately brought in some young people, brought in equipment to make sure that that was cleaned up. Wilfred Abrams was at the helm of that. And of course, with the storm, Hurricane Elsa, Wilfred Abrams, as the minister responsible for Home Affairs, had to coordinate the work of the Disaster Emergency Management Agency, private sector, internationally, to mount a credible response to the disaster. And I want to commend him and William, because they're the two main players, for the response. Because let us put it this way. There are many homeowners in Barbados with insurance. They get hurricane damage, and the insurance will take care of it. But there are many homeowners in Barbados who are only able to afford their homes and not able to afford insurance. Can we, as good, God-fearing citizens, could we, as a caring government, say to them, break for yourself? Those of you in this region who suffer damage, and this southeastern part of Barbados is one of those areas that suffers damage when there is a hurricane. A caring government was able to go out on the ground. The Prime Minister came out. Minister of Home Affairs, Wilfred Abrams, came out. Minister of Housing, William Dougal, came out, along with their officials. They checked for damage. They made their assessments. They got the technical help. And I say to you, for those who have not gotten their help yet, we can't build all the houses at once. Help is on the way. Some are completed already, others are being worked on. But those are the kind of things that you expect of your government. And I therefore say to you that you cannot stand on the sidelines and hope that you get a good government. You have the opportunity to make that strong input into who leads this community and this country. And let me remind you as well that notwithstanding the fact that Wilfred Abrams was doing those things, he was making representation within the halls of government for the roads and other infrastructure required in this community. In fact, you've seen some work being done from the Sears Court, Eiger boat, as we call it up here, going up to Old Gibbons Windmill. You've seen the work around by the airport to Ferry Valley. Those are not last week road works. I heard somebody pejoratively call them election roads. Now, you know, if there's one thing in government, is that it takes too long to do everything. Those roads were requested 3 years ago. Those roads were approved 2 years ago. But you know what? COVID struck. You know what? International flights stopped. Canada said its people, don't leave here. And afterward, they closed the borders. And I'll tell you this. My son, who was in Canada with me, he had gone to Chile. Chile is down southwest in Latin America. He went to a friend's wedding. And when he flew back, he got as far as Toronto. That's about a 10-hour flight. And he got there 5 hours after the government of Canada had closed the border. He had to hitch a plane and come to Barbados for 2 months till he could get a plane going back. There were no planes traveling. Tourism sector was shut down. The government, however, was not shut down. The government was at work. But you know what we had to do? With what money we had to buy ventilators. We had to buy PPE. So when it came to a choice between the program that you had approved, because the estimates were approved in March for the new financial year starting April 1st, 2020, And by the end of March, country shut down. Economy shut down. So some of the services to communities, lights for the playing fields, roads, and other infrastructure, had to give way, had to be postponed in order that we could make sure that we gave the families some money that were in need, that we purchased 84,000 food hampers and distributed them around the island to households in need, that we bought vaccines and give everything that Dr. Corey Ford needed for the work that he was doing. So those roads that have started now, the new date was December last year, 2021. Then it was shifted a little to January. The only thing changed was the election. But remember, to get those roads done, you had to have them designed, go to tender, award the tender. You could not call Carl Williams to say, go and do that road next week. It doesn't work that way. So I want to explain to you that those roads that you see being done now, it would not have made sense for the government to stop the roads just because an election was in the way. There is never a wrong time to do the right thing. And the right thing is to continue to improve the infrastructure that improves the lives and livelihood of the people. I remember well, these roads here, up through Marcy's shop, down through below here, these roads were done in my time. And it makes a difference within our communities when you move people from having to walk through mud to being able to go through on smooth tarmac. It makes a difference where you move an area that was a flood-prone area with no road infrastructure to having proper drainage. A few nights ago, we were in Enterprise, just off the main road behind Bertram Jones' car shop. That road was just a series of mud tracks. No drainage. In fact, whenever the rain fell and it got flooded, Mr. Mears used to call me. And I used to get up from the warm comfort of my wife's house, of our house, I just put on your legs, and go and show solidarity with Mr. Mears. I would park my car, walk them through there. He said, Mr. Farley, but I'll call you, but you didn't have to come. But I'm still glad you come. You see the condition we're in. And as a member of parliament, you feel proud when your government is able to assist you with supporting your people. And that road has been there. Excellent job was done. So across this community and communities like this, members of parliament are working within the government to ensure that attention is paid, that improvements are made. And just as how I was privileged to be able to effect change in this Silver Sands area, by the playing field down the hill, by improvements to the park that was started by Ginger Bourne, but we put a new bath, and I thank Liz Thompson, who was Minister of Environment, for giving us that wonderful bath down there. The lights are in there, you can go down there at night. And roads and improvements in the community. Those are not done as political contrivances or trinkets. Those are touching the lives of real people. And why do we care about those things? Certainly in my case. When I was growing up in St. George, my area did not have paved roads. My area did not have buses running by my house. I was probably a bit of an athlete because they had a sprint on mornings to catch the 7 o'clock bus and skip the rocks too. And when you're going home at night, sometimes without street light, you have to watch out for the muddy patches. But it is part of our job as members of parliament to improve the lives and livelihood of our people. And I say to you that Wilfred Abrams in this constituency has started on that important task of improving the livelihood and lives of people in the various communities. You've seen the infrastructure work. It won't be done all in one go. But I say this, the economy has returned to growth. The economy grew in 2021 after a sharp decline in 2020. It is predicted that there will be double-digit growth in 2022 this year. Against that backdrop, and with Lisa Cummings performing like the star that she is, pushing our tourism, she's been able to get flights from places that we never had flights before. And she will tell you about those. But I can tell you this, that already in this season, we have returned to 90% of the airlift of 2019 before the pandemic. And that is important. You live here and you see the planes going in. You hear them going in. There's no longer silent night and silent day. We can break up your night sleep with some flights. It's good noise. And I say to you that Wilfred Abrams is a key part of that team with his ministry in this constituency. All of the speakers you'll hear from tonight are working as part of a harmonious unit to bring change to this Barbados. You are safer with the Barbados Labour Party. Your future is important. I've drawn these examples from what has been done in the current situation to say to you that we have been faithful in small things, and you can therefore entrust us with the bigger things. I say to you, you need not go back to where you were in 2018. You need to go forward. We will be going forward ever and backward never. You need to ensure that on the 19th of January, that you come out in your numbers. Do not leave it to your sister, to your brother, to your friend. This is an investment in your future. This is democracy at work. You have a leader whom you can trust. You have a leader who's shown both the strength and decisiveness that is needed to make tough decisions and to implement matters. But you've also seen that that same leader is a caring, compassionate person, the kind of person you want to have as your neighbor, that you can ask for, a little salt, a little thing, or keep the child. The kind of person our leader has shown herself to be the person to restore international respectability. And if Liz Thompson were speaking, she could tell you of her experience at United Nations. How Barbados is viewed now under capable, visionary, but caring and compassionate leadership as compared to how we were viewed before. So as I close, friends, I want to thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to serve you. And like I said, more importantly, in my post years of service, to continue being a friend in this community. And of course, not bringing any tales out of school, but I will be having a beverage or two at one or two of my favorite places in the area, even before the night is out. So we will have an opportunity to chat afterwards. But I want to urge you to give Wilfred Abrams the opportunity to continue the good work that he has done. He is a bright young man with a great future in politics. He is committed to the development of this constituency and working with the strong support and with the confidence of the Prime Minister, which he enjoys. He will, I'm sure, be more than able to bring development to this constituency. So you're safer with the Barbados Labour Party. I want you to come out, vote early on the 19th of January for Wilfred Arthur Abrams. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, I thank you for your attention. Good night and God bless.
Don't stand for man, play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. I voted for BLP. Them racing ready. Me and the BLP. Them racing ready. I voted
and Motley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Motley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. The BLP, we gonna be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. We voted for me and Motley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Motley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. The BLP, we gonna be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look,
Thank you, Reginald. I was a little concerned just now, though, that with such sweet rhythms that you people were just standing still, man. Well, except for Liz Thompson, I didn't see anybody moving at all. I can't understand. It is amazing. Amazing, man. I just want to also recognize the presence of a stalwart, a giant in politics, Sir Richard Johnny Cheltenham. He too gave solid representation to this constituency. So even, you see what Wilfred is doing. He's bringing out the giants. Welcome back home, Sir Richard. You know, we heard the fella, Seeley, trying to sound intelligent, saying that, oh, all of the metrics are wrong, and he heard the word someplace and tries to convince people he's bright. You know, because he's angling up and trying to charge up because he wants to take over from Verla. He wants to take her out. So he's trying to sound intelligent and trying to say, oh, that under his leadership in tourism, that, oh, Barbados was, oh, we had all of these arrivals and we had room nights that we could, oh, you can hear all the nonsense he's talking. But we have a talented young lady who's taking charge of our tourism industry. Not like the people on the other side. We have a reservoir of talent on this side. There are some people in the Democratic Labour Party being presented as candidates that even if you had to write their names as big as this tent and put it in a salt bread, they would eat it and would not even know. But they are offering themselves as candidates. I told you before, there is a candidate on the Democratic Labour Party's ticket who had to borrow $2 to make up bus fare to get from the Democratic Labour Party's conference to get home. And he is a candidate. Imagine that. I know that some of them had to borrow the money to make up the 250 to pay the deposit. Much of them will lose that too. But I want you to understand, we don't operate like that on this side. We have the talent. You heard Reggie, you heard William, you have Wilfred, and I bring you now the tourism minister, the lady who has led the charge for this party and this country, Lisa Cummins.
Tell them who Barbados need. Tell them who will work for we. Tell them Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want. Tell them who Barbados need. Tell them who will work for we. Tell them Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We know going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People.
Good night, Silver Sands. Good night, all of the surrounding areas. Good night, Barbados. This is a good crowd that I am seeing in front of me with some familiar faces. Now, we recognize Sir Richard Cheltenham, and we, of course, recognize another stalwart of the Barbados Labour Party who has been on the campaign trail, stumping for Barbados Labour Party candidates day and night for the last few weeks. Ambassador Liz Thompson, welcome to Silver Sands. She does. We also heard earlier from another person who has served in the diplomatic service, in service to Barbados and in service to you, the person who left the stage and spoke right before me, Reginald Farley, who is also known to Silver Sands. This is the stock that the Barbados Labour Party comes from. We have extraordinary people who have served their communities, who have served their nation, who continue to serve, and who are mentoring and leading a generation like Wilfred Abrams and all the others who are coming behind in a history and a custom of service. Now, there are those who stand on the other side who would wish to attack the Barbados Labour Party. They would wish, misguidedly so, to attempt to make this election about the question of leadership. But that confuses me. I don't understand it, because I don't know what leadership looks like in the Democratic Labour Party. The Democratic Labour Party would also have us to believe that they are about people, and they are questioning whether we care, whether the Barbados Labour Party is about people. But I don't understand that either, because if memory serves me well, and I'm sure it serves you well, your memories are intact, right? Was it not under a Democratic Labour Party administration that we had an 8% salary cut? Was it a Barbados Labour Party administration? Was it under the Democratic Labour Party, the party of Errol Barrow, that the poor people, children from places all around these communities could no longer afford to go to the University of the West Indies? Was that Barbados Labour Party administration? But wait, I just caught myself. We put it back in place. The Barbados Labour Party made sure that working class families were able to lift themselves through income mobility by higher education, and to have the pride of saying one graduate per household. If you had the opportunity to have more, the government of Barbados made sure that as many as you could produce, we paid for. That was not the Democratic Labour Party. They did not do that. Was it under the Democratic Labour Party that the minister who represents this constituency had to address sewage when he came to office? I don't remember anything glorious about that. They would have us to believe from their leadership and the people who they think represent leadership, they would have us to believe that those were the things that will set them apart as leaders for your community and for the community of Christchurch East. We, as the Barbados Labour Party, have a very different understanding of what that means. And so We have had, unfortunately, a 2008 administration under the Democratic Labour Party where their leader at the time, unfortunately, did not have as long as everyone expected he would have in office. That left us as a country with what at best you could call an accidental leader. That is what Frondell Stewart was. He was an accidental leader to begin with, and he was an accident all the way through to the time that he was swept out of office in 2018. He was an accident in every possible way. Then we continue now with a Verla de Pisa. A Verla de Pisa who doesn't know what leadership looks like even if it was to hit her in the face with a football at full speed. She doesn't know. And so she can't mentor those that are coming behind. Neither can she attract the kind of leaders that can potentially take over from her and take the Democratic Labour Party where it needs to go. Because I'm telling you the truth, I have a lot of respect for the institution that is a political party. I have a lot of respect for the institution that is a political party that has had a history of being well established and has done good things for a country. And under Errol Barrow, I am positive that all of us have seen the benefits of his leadership far, far, far in our history. But what can you see under the leadership of anybody on the Democratic Labour Party side? Since then, what have they done? And now we are here with a cadre of young leaders, unlike those of us who have the opportunity to watch a Liz and a Sir Richard and a Reggie and all the others. These young leaders who are aspiring to leadership, they have now been attracted to the vitriol that is the Democratic Labour Party. And so instead of coming to the stage and talking to you about policies that will benefit you, they are coming to the stage to curse people, to curse women, to talk about who got children and who ain't got. That is their notion of what leadership looks like. And they have been set an example by those that form the leadership currently of the Democratic Labour Party. They were attracted to that type of behavior in the first place because anybody who lives in this country and saw the Democratic Labour Party on the stage in 2018 and did not associate themselves with that behavior would never join the Democratic Labour Party now and say, I want to represent you. I want to attach my name to you. You have to be a part of that too. That has to be who you are. And so what we are seeing on the stages all across this country, representing old Democratic Labour Party candidates and new Democratic Labour Party candidates, makes a statement to you. And so I ask you tonight, I haven't even gotten into tourism yet, but I am getting to the heart of the matter quickly. I ask you tonight, all across the Christchurch area, whether old or new, vote not for those persons who do not represent you or me or what looks like leadership to all of we. Vote for the candidates of the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for Wilfred Abrams right here in this constituency. Vote for a man who has demonstrated what leadership looks like. Vote for a man who went out and made sure sewage came off the streets and did not feel the need to go and swim in it. That is the difference between a Wilfred Abrams and his style of leadership as opposed to the Dems. Vote for the leadership of William Duguid, who came and made a decision under the leadership of Prime Minister Mia Amor-Motley to ensure that in our manifesto and even before we had an election, we gave a commitment to start housing projects all across this country, including the Hope Project and the construction of 10,000 homes to benefit you. Now, I heard the description earlier about what those houses look like. And this is again what leadership demonstrated looks like. Leadership demonstrated means that you are combining local contractors, because there are over 350 local contractors under William Duguid who are building houses all across this country. Don't let the Democratic Labour Party fool you that 153 houses bought for the Chinese is more than 350 contracts for Barbadian contractors. Don't let them fool you with that. Only in the Democratic Labour Party world is 150 greater than 350. Don't let them fool you with that. That is what William Duguid is about. I am talking about William Duguid, who walked the country and with the Prime Minister and all of the team members to look at houses damaged by Elsa. I am talking about William Duguid, that when there were properties destroyed by the ashfall, he walked this country too. So it's not even just about making sure people get off the NHC list. It's not just about making sure that poor people have the dignity of a home to raise their families. It is also about responding to crisis when it presents itself in unplanned ways. That is part of the Christchurch team. I am talking also about Ralph Thorne. The Democratic Labour Party would have us to believe that democracy is under threat. Did Ralph Thorne not lead the Thorne Commission on Governance in this country and walk the length of breadth of this country with some people on a commission to hear town hall meetings about what a new governance model would look like? The Democratic Labour Party probably does not even understand how to spell democracy at this rate. They don't understand it. That is the Ralph Thorne who is a part of this Christchurch team. You also have an Adrian Meddick-Ford. Clean and green. I know everybody in this country knows clean and green. That is a campaign that he has pioneered. He is one of the most passionate people you will ever meet when talking about scientific matters, but he is more passionate about people than he is about science even. Give your vote to the Barbados Labour Party candidates, not to the Democratic Labour Party candidates who do not know what leadership looks like because they have no examples, they have been set no examples, and they have not brought any new examples to their own stage. Vote also for every single Barbados Labour Party candidate all across from St. Lucie up to St. Philip and everything in between, because Mia Amor-Motley, who is our Prime Minister, who has led us with distinction, who is a source of pride not just to Barbados and not just to the Caribbean, but to the world. Mia Amor-Motley, who is the person who, when she stands on an international stage, every social media blows up. Not because she is in any way the things that the Democratic Labour Party has labeled her, but because she is a woman of substance, because she is a woman who has focused on performance. She is a woman who sets targets and makes sure that they are met. She is a woman who insists that those who serve under her focus, and she says this all the time, performance, performance, performance. That is her mantra. And she is our Prime Minister. She is our leader. In the Barbados Labour Party, she is our political leader. And she has set the stage for those who serve in this Barbados Labour Party administration to serve you, to ensure that you can depend on us to deliver for you. And so on that basis, I want you, when you go to the polls on January 19th, to put your X next to the Christchurch candidates, and if you're from on the outside of Christchurch, put your X next to any single Barbados Labour Party candidate that you see. Democracy is not under threat under this Labour Party, not when we have consulted so widely and all across the country on every single matter, even to the extent where on occasion we have changed direction because we listen to people. We listen to what you say. We take your guidance and your input. What democracy is under threat according to the Democratic Labour Party? Democracy will be under threat if we allow them to move government to George Street where there are no fighting for an opposition, or to move the Treasury back to St. Philip where it was before. That is when we would be under threat. But it is not now under the Barbados Labour Party. And so I want to say to Barbados tonight, I want to make a plea on behalf of all right-thinking Barbadians who want the best for our nation, who want to be able to see our nation prosper. January 19th is almost here. We are almost at the finish line. Do not tire. Do not weary. Stay the course with the Barbados Labour Party. Stay the course with Mia Amor Motley. Stay the course with the Christchurch candidates and every candidate of the Barbados Labour Party, and stay the course in the interest of our nation. Thank you all, and good night.
Don't stand home and play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them resting ready. Them resting ready. Yeah. I voted for BLP. Them resting ready. Yeah. Mia and the BLP. Them resting ready. Yeah. I voted for BLP. Them resting ready. Yeah. Mia is best in league. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready, and that ain't too good for we. But Mia and BLP, the future for this country.
You hear the talent? Did you hear the talent? Now, that is what I was speaking about. You did not hear her come here and say all those nasty things about the other people on the other side. Our candidates don't do that. I might be a little different though, you see? Because sometimes they interfere with our candidates, say all kinds of dirty things, and feel in mind that we should not hit back. But you could do what you have to do, but you can do it tastefully, you know? Like the young lady who got up there and got on so badly and said all kinds of cruel things and said that she will not be apologized. She has no apologies to make for this and so on. We don't have to go and interfere with her and say those kinds of things about her. No. What we will do is that we will ask her to stop going in town and fighting over men. That's what we will do. We're not going to mix up and make up things and tell lies about anybody. We won't do that. We will speak the truth, and it is not our fault if the truth happens to be ugly. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So let's keep moving. Now we got rid of the horseman from out here in 2018. And he decides that he wants to come back again. And he's coming back. And Lashley is coming back. And Lowe is coming back. And Eswick is coming back. Even Frandell coming back. But that's not the point. We have the right leader for the right times. We have the person who you know, in whose hands you are safe. We have the person you know Barbados can trust. We have the right person to run this country. She is respected and loved nationally. She is respected and loved internationally. She is respected and loved globally. When she comes to party, when she comes to parliament, she fixes the problems. She solves problems. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders have got to be strong. Leaders have got to be determined. Leaders must have a vision. They must be mission-driven. Ladies and gentlemen, our political leader, Mia Amor Motley, she has the ingenuity, she has the sagacity, she has the perspicacity, she has what it takes for this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I have said before, she has done it for Barbados before, and she will do it again. Tonight, she carries this country on her shoulders. Barbados, you cannot turn back now. We must ensure that come Wednesday, you go to the polls and elect Wilfred Abrams, William Dugan, all of our candidates, Medic Ford. Ensure that you bring those people to Parliament to make sure that Barbados has once again the best Prime Minister we have had. Ladies and gentlemen, Mia Amor Motley, the next Prime Minister of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, give some noise, make some noise, recognize your leader, recognize our Prime Minister. Know that in her hands you are safe. Know you you can trust her. Know that you can lean on her. Know that she will be there for you. Ladies and gentlemen, your Prime Minister, my Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, the people's Prime Minister, Mia Amor Motley.
Leadership the world has come to know. In dangerous times like these, strong leadership, integrity. The world taking notice that we're free. What we want, what we need, what we have, should be BLP. Let me go. Let's raise our hands together. BLP more than ever. We in this thing together with me, our leader. Let's raise our hands together. BLP more
Good
than
night.
ever. Let me go.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night to the good people of Silver Sands, Chancery Lane, Eden Park, Inchmarlow, all the surrounding Wilcox Hill, all the surrounding districts. And I hope they got some people from Parish Land and Fairy Valley down here too. Tonight is a T20 for me, because they have me at 4 meetings. I have just come from Gall Hill, St. John, and I have come with a clear message that the people of St. John have said that having done it once, they now want to do it twice. I have come with a clear message from the people of St. John that it is amazing that they have not heard who the candidate in Christchurch East is yet. There was a rumor that it was Dennis Lowe. And they believe the rumor that it is Dennis Lowe because they cannot believe that a senior minister of the last Democratic Labour Party administration has not been able to make it on a platform at the national level. And why? Because he's just too low to reach so high. My friends, all jokes aside, this election will come to be regarded as one of the most important elections since independence. And what you do on Wednesday will determine whether we can face the challenges of the next decade to 15 years. All of us know that you don't wait until the crisis is upon you to start to prepare. We take little children and we put them in Girl Guides and Cub Scouts and all of these things. And we teach them about the importance of being prepared, not true? And if it is important for a little child to be prepared for whatever eventuality, can you imagine how much more important it is for a country? And that is why this campaign really has been a very, very clear choice. And that is why we say leadership matters. Leadership matters. Liz spoke about it brilliantly last night at Eagle Hall. And I thank you, Liz. Because what we are facing is a platform by one leader that is helter-skelter, that tolerates the kind of nasty, slanderous, lying talk. And one from us that says, deal with the people's issues. Show people why the Barbados Labour Party is going to make your life better. We inherited a slogan, Johnny, from your generation. Barbados Labour Party, a better life for our people. We've not changed that slogan because it remains fundamentally consistent with our mission for the last 83 years. And if you want entertainment, I gonna give you entertainment for a comedy hour on CBC. But if you want progress, especially after the glorious, inglorious years of Frondell Stewart's decade, then you want to make sure that you make the right choice. The choice between Wilfred Abrams and the choice between Dennis Lowe is no choice. And I call Wilfred up here because he has been one of the key pillars in this government, acting day in and day out to allow us to fight the challenges that we have faced. And the truth is that they say the cabinet is large and they say the government is large, but the issues that we face as a country in today's world are even larger. And when we go into areas, we still don't have enough people to do because we got everybody multitasking. And that is why I've come to Silver Sands to say to you that if you had somebody, you short there from the airport, you going on a plane, who you going to ask whether you like the pilot or whether the pilot competent? Which one? Because your life depends on the competence of the captain of the plane. It is no different in Barbados tonight. Your life and this country's stability depends on the competence of the captain and the pilots in the plane. I made the point last night that a captain has 4 bars on the epaulette. The other people have 2 or 3. The problem is that Verla is bringing you people that ain't got 1 or 2. Now, how will they carry you through safely when the ones that even had experience before led us into the quagmire, to the madness, to the deplorable conditions? A bus could pass through here now and we won't go stop talking. Them electric buses go through purring, purring, purring. Garbage trucks, garbage bins. Dennis Lowe was your Minister of Environment and no progress on recycling. Even though we knew that the country was way behind on it. We now have a system where we not only have given you garbage trucks, we've moved from 9 functional trucks to almost 40 in an IMF program. You understand what I'm telling you? You know. But in addition, they've gotten the recyclable bins because Adrian Medic Ford is about to roll out to you a national recycling program. Dennis Lowe stood in there with you, ain't do nothing. And the reason I got Wilfred, because you must understand that he and Ryan and a few of them have been the people that we have had to rely on to bring this country out of problems. Many of you say, me, I want you to be Prime Minister. And I thank you for that. But I can't be Prime Minister on my own. I need people. I need seats. And when you give me Wilfred Abrams, you give me a good step up to that seat. When you give me Wilfred Abrams, you give me a man that is literally lifting weight day in and day out. And I got to apologize to the family because, yes, I demand heavily from him. And from you, I got to apologize to you. Because sometimes when you're not seeing him, it is because I have him flat out. I know what it is to be a Minister of Home Affairs in this country. And I can tell you without fear of contradiction that you wake up every morning not knowing what you're going to face because you're responsible for disaster. You're responsible for fire. You're responsible for the prisons. You're responsible for so many critical infrastructure agencies that require related to security. And therefore, I want us to reason because what we need now is stability to prosperity. But to get there, we must understand that leadership matters. And if a man is not good enough to get on your platform, if a man has started his career in public life with a lie, the lie that he has a doctorate that he never had. I dealt with Dennis Lowe in 1999, Liz, in a debate. Or was it 2003? 2003, in a debate about that same matter. And he has continued to go from bad to worse to worse to worse.
The wussest.
The wussest. And why? He would not recognize the truth if you put it on a platter and gave it to him. Wouldn't. And this is the man, and I say so knowing that he believes that he can curse you into oblivion. Well, Dennis Law is still standing, and I get past all your cussing, as will Wilfred Abrams. And how has it helped you, the people of Silver Sands? How has it helped the people of Parish Land? How has it helped the people of Fairy Valley? When Wilfred comes here and says to me, Prime Minister, I want to fix up the park down there, and we want kiosks down there so that the people of this community can serve the people of this community and this parish and the people coming from overseas. Because Silver Sands is an iconic site in this country. When Wilfred comes to me and says, Prime Minister, we want lights on the playing field so that we can have the nighttime football constantly going, we said yes. And when we've come to deal with the other issues across the entire constituency, we were in Gibbons Bogs dealing with issues the other day. This is a government that sees you, that hears you, that feels you. And I ask you please tonight, please, to come out on Wednesday and send a clear signal that the choice is clear, clear, clear. That you will not go for a relic who believes that representation on political platforms is about plumbing new depths to match his name. That you will go for a man who, not perfect, but has literally worked every day to make sure that he can put forward a better life for you through existing programs and through new programs. And in doing so, that you will give this Barbados Labour Party the chance to continue to transform this nation. I haven't come here tonight to speak about our record. Others will do so from this platform. I haven't even come here tonight to give you a lengthy dissertation on the new promises, but I could. Like all of these houses around here that valued less than $400,000. In this term, you will pay no land taxes if you give Wilfred Abrams and the Barbados Labour Party the vote. And for those houses over $400,000, you will not pay land tax on the first $400,000. But you shouldn't be surprised, because those of you earning between $1,500 and $2,000 a month never got a cent of reverse tax credit from the last government. But we give you $1,300 a year now back in reverse tax credit. The last government was giving the people under $1,500 a month only $600 a month. We turn around and take the people who earn in between $2,000 and $3,000 and give you back every cent that you pay in income tax. Every cent in a tax credit. And we in the middle of an IMF program. My colleagues in the Caribbean asked me, but Mia, how are you in an IMF program and doing all of these social programs for your people? They want to know. But it is because leadership matters. And it is because in my very first conversation with the IMF, less than 1 week after being sworn in on the Thursday night, the 31st of May at 7 p.m., she was in Ottawa at the G20 meetings, Christine Lagarde. And I said to her, ma'am, we are coming to restructure our debt and we are coming to the fund. She asked me, and I was so ashamed I couldn't tell you a lie, is the sewage still running in the streets? That Dennis Law and the rest of them men, you know. And I had to admit, well, we've only been in 6 days, but I give you the assurance we will fix it as the first order of business. But what I told her then was that if you're going to go on a long journey, you got to give the people going on the journey with you a little breakfast. They heard me. I could see that she listened politely, but she didn't quite She said she's going to send a team within 72 hours, and she did. A week from the team arriving here, 2 weeks after being in government, I delivered a budget. Ryan will tell you, we worked through the night. I left the Prime Minister's office at 7:45 in the morning to go home and bathe and dress to get back down to Parliament for 10 o'clock with no sleep and delivered the budget. Do you know at the end of that budget that gave you a 5% salary increase for public servants, that committed $10 million for equipment for public works, that committed $13 million initially for buses for transport board, that committed money to buy sanitation trucks, that committed to fixing, under the leadership of Wilfred Abrams, the South Coast Sewage Project and the sewage. And he didn't stop there. He went in Bridgetown and found the trees growing. Trees going in the compost, growing beautifully well, and pumpkins bigger than you ever see in your life. It was only when I finished that budget that they called the afternoon and said, "I'm Prime Minister, are you available?" That was Monday night. "Are you available Wednesday morning for a meeting?" I said, "Well, we'll have to leave Barbados tomorrow and the debate is not over." They said, "Well, the managing director of the IMF will see you Wednesday morning." It was by our deeds that we were judged and given credit. And if the IMF and other international entities can judge us by our deeds as the Bible tells us to do, I ask you, the people of Christchurch East, you, the people of Christchurch, in East Central with Ryan Strawn, in West Central with Adrian Ford, in South with Ralph Thorne, and in West with that old soldier, William Duguid. I ask all of Christchurch to come together as one, as we do in St. Michael, and to give us a vote, not based only on rhetoric, but based on deeds which establish credibility and future plans which excite ambition and inspire you to higher heights. And if you can do that for us, then I promise you, the people of Christchurch East, that every single day we shall work to make sure that the transformation that is necessary in this country, from a new educational system that gives your children a chance to be the best that they can be, to a new economy that includes you and putting on your roofs participation in the new renewable energy economy, so that you don't only earn from a salary, but you earn from your rooftops too. Not just the new houses, the 10,000 we will build, but the 50,000 houses that we will include in that program. Recognizing that it is not only about foreign capital coming in, but that we want you to own Barbados, own this economy, and to be major players in this country. That is why we have come to public life. And after 32 years, my next 5 years has to be about completing and carrying that circle of enfranchisement, economic enfranchisement, particularly started by Tom Adams, to the next level, continued by Owen Arthur. And we want to carry you to the next level. Not just a handful of Bajans, not just a handful of Bajans to be educated, but all of you to have a right. Because if we share in the burden of adjustment, we must share in the bounty of accomplishment. I would like to ask you formally tonight, ignore low. Leave low where low is. Keep him low and keep Abrams high. Vote for the man called Wilfred Abrams on Wednesday morning, and give us the chance to carry this country to even higher and higher and higher heights. Good night and God bless you.
We go.
You have heard from the very best. You have heard from the very best. Now what you need to do is forget about the rest. Now I want to remind you that some time ago I said that I had really planned to finish with this thing, but I see these people crawling out the woodworks and I had to come back out. And I don't understand what it is that they are coming for. But they get a little message coming here and there and here and there. And so when you see Lashley coming out, you wonder why. And they're talking about Errol Barrow. And Eswick come, and they're talking about Barrow. But we know a law like Barrows. And Seeley talking about Barrow. And now I'm being told that tonight, another one come out. Josephine is in Wharton tonight. Another one come out. Well, we heard the sleeper come out, and he said that, you know, that period when he was there was the most glorious period. But all of these fellas are coming back. And they're talking about Errol Barrow and Errol Barrow this and Errol Barrow that. And as I told the people in St. Andrew last night, the Errol Barrow that those boys are coming back for is these Errol Barrows here, look. These ones here. They're coming back for the $50 Errol Barrow. They're coming back for money, man. They're coming back for money. That's what they're coming back for. These fellas coming to rape and pillage. Again. You have an individual in this constituency. People who know him better than I do, or better than you do. What's happening, George? Better than I do. Say he's no good. I don't know that. I don't know anything about the individual. What I would say is, perhaps the only thing you can say he is good for is nothing. But he wants to offer himself again. I say to you tonight, you have a good man in Wilfred Abrams, and I expect that you will go back to the polls and elect Wilfred Abrams again. I will say it here again. That man, that individual who is running for the Democratic Liberal Party up here, the hearse man, I call him, the hearse man. He is dead to elective politics. And you must send that message. Dead to elective politics. Tell him to get into the hearse and just go. Go. I tell you tonight, this party and this country is in safe hands. They are in safe hands. And I tell you, in Christchurch, you heard Dr. Dugan said, you heard him say it earlier, that he wants all five again. Well, I want all five too. We need to keep hope alive. And in Christchurch, bring back all five. And I'm telling you now, I am satisfied that you know what you are going to do on Wednesday morning. I know what you are going to do. Who are you going to vote for in Christchurch East? Who? Who? That is what I'm talking about. And who you're voting for in East Central? Strong. 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 In the South. Who? Thorn. 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 A thorn in their sides. Of course, in the West, they say you do good, and good will attend to you. But I tell you in Christchurch, West Central, I tell you in Christchurch, West Central, my personal friend, my brother, give me the thing that the doctor order, the medic, come Adrian Ford, the the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch West Central, Adrian Millet-Ford. Come.
Good boy, you feel good. Since I went with medic, medicine working, it working.
Who you voting for? Medic. Who is we mentor? Medic. If them want war, medic keep doing more. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is the best for sure? Medic. When them must snore, medic keep doing more. Who fix the roads in Silver Hill? Service is my medicine. And when you're sick, give you a pill. Service is my medicine. MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, it's safer with he. MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, vote BLP. He play part by Joe Edgel. Service is my medicine. Road tennis, got the men showing skill. Service is my medicine. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is we mentor? Medic. If them want war, medic keep doing more. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is the best for sure? Medic. When them must snore, medic keep doing more. Many buses, welfare offices. Service is my medicine. In nurseries for we babies. Service is my medicine. MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, it's safer with he. MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, vote BLP.
Medic got the sex love.
You got no drinks and drinks.
Medic is the man. Yeah, now we talking about man. Medic. I feel good, boy, you feel good. Since I went with medic, medicine working, it working.
Who you voting for? Medic. Who is we mentor? Medic. If them want war, medic keep doing more. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is the best for sure? Medic. When them must snore, medic keep doing more. Who fix the roads in Silver Hill? Service is my medicine. And when you're sick, give you a pill.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night, Silver Sands. Good night, Christchurch. Good night, Christchurch West Central. A good night to you, man. I want to say, I want to start by where my good friend, and I want to thank him, Dalton, left off. The fellas, they are very good. They are experts at TV, man. Make sure Wednesday morning you get up early because you don't want that the thief the election. Go and vote, man. Get out early. This is serious business. This is the business I said yesterday, the business of your life, the business of your livelihood. And I want to tell you today that what you have in Wilfred Abrams, I want to say, Wilfred, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I was able to drive from Wilcox Hill, Preston Roads, man. Let me talk about the roads, man. I want to hear you. I want to hear about representation today, man. Let us talk about the roads, man. And Wilfred, you got 15 people from the NCC who is employed because of you, who is responsible for keeping the entire area of Christchurch East beautiful, man. I want you to give your MP a round of applause for the work that he's doing. Don't let me get talk foolishness in here. Don't let me talk foolishness. You have a man, one of the kindest souls I have ever met, man. Let me understand what we have here. A man who works tirelessly to ensure that the good people of Christchurch East, that they have a voice, a face, and a space in this country. That's what you have. Lo and behold, I don't know what we had on the other side other than feces, man. Let me get straight in here. Wilfred Abrams, from the time he became a minister, Wilfred Abrams worked with every sinew of his being, first to ensure that the streets, the South Coast as we know it, was clear of feces. That came
to renown this country. They heard the Prime Minister spoke about it. Then after that, he went in St. Andrew, St. Joseph, all of rural Barbados, even in Gibbons, to ensure that we had running water, a basic commodity, a basic need, man. Wilfred Abrams. And when you talk about representation and you talk about hard work, that is embodied in Wilfred Abrams himself, and I want you to raise it today. I want that when the roll is called at yonder Thursday morning, 1 o'clock, man, when the returning officer start to come, I want to hear Wilfred. I want to hear you, man. Wilfred, Wilfred, Wilfred. You have to be serious about it. This is the vote of your future, and you cannot play with it. I want to say to you, in the Prime Minister, the lady who just spoke before me, the lady who I am associated with by having the honor to serve in her cabinet. You have the best leader in the Western Hemisphere, man. You have the best leader in the world. And I say so without apology. This is serious business here. When you talk about leadership, when you talk about vision, when you talk about a workaholic, that's the word. I'm a lexicon tonight, man. When you talk about a workaholic, somebody who spends every single waking moment of their life to ensure that Barbadians have a voice, that to ensure that your children can go to university and get an education, to ensure that there's no sewage in the streets, man, to ensure that the elderly can go and get medication for the polyclinic, to ensure that we have resting roads like which exists now in Christchurch East. That is a Prime Minister that cares about you. And what do you have on the other side? A lady who don't know if she's president, if she's political leader, one thing guaranteed, she will be three-peat loser come Thursday morning, man. We have to get serious about what we are talking about. And I often liken politics to a cricket match. The vicissitudes are similar. And when you talk about a cricket match, and you want an opening batsman, you can go for Desmond Hayes and Gordon Greenwich. The Democratic Labour Party went for James Anderson, man. This is serious business. You can't open the batting with a man who can't hold the bat properly. This is serious times. We are faced today with a country going through the worst threats ever existed in Barbados. You had the freeze storm, you had Hurricane Elsa, you had the volcanic ash, man, you got the pandemic, and at every single step of the way, the Prime Minister stood up and says, we are going to fight for Barbadians, and she asked every single member of the cabinet to get off your tails and go and work on behalf of the Barbadians, including Wilfred Abrams. That is a Prime Minister that cares about you and your family and your children, man. You have to be serious about what you're doing. You have to be serious. And I want to say that Wilfred Abrams took up the other ministry and he started the reform at the JS to ensure that the children have an equal right and a stake in this country, and the way how they are treated can redound to the benefits of society. That is what he said, and that is what he has started, man. This is the society that we are trying to build, an inclusive society where children have a future. And this is the country that Mayor Motley sees before her. This is called the Barbadian dream. And you can only dream that dream, trust me, under the Barbados Labour Party. If you make the mistake, and go to the polls and vote for the Democratic Labour Party, that dream will become a nightmare of sorts. It will be a nightmare. Your days will be darkened. I am saying you have one choice, and that is the choice of every single Barbados Labour Party candidate. And I want to remember, prior to 2018, the words of Bob Marley resonated across every household in Barbados. Them belly full, but we hungry, man. There was nothing to put on your table, nothing for your children to carry to school. We had the pandemic, and the first thing that the children got were computers and a virtual space to operate so they could continue their education. That is proactive, man. When we had the pandemic, the COVID-19, the first thing we had was a Harson's Point facility that could accommodate Barbadians who were sick in order to save lives. That is a responsive government. I know you hear this manzy-pansy talk from the other side. Foolish talk about they know how to run a country.
We have a prime minister who is tried, who is tested, my friends, who is proven, and a government that cares about you. But she has entrusted me to the Ministry of the Environment and National Beautification. And this is what we have said. I started with the Sanitation Service Authority. Prior to 2018, I cannot attest to what happened at the sanitation, but I went to the facility. And thank God for Trevor Prescott for leading the charge, man. I went to the facility and I saw a recreational hub. An area where the guys have lunch and dinner and what's not, with the roof dropping in, man. And I said, impossible in this day and age. And the first thing I did was to give them a rebuilt and repurposed facility, a new recreational lodge, because I believe that there are people just like anybody in this country, man. The sanitation workers, let me talk, man. I said to the sanitation workers, your job requires you to be exposed to the idiosyncrasies of hazards. You're lifting up cans that may cut you, man. All sorts of things that may hurt your back. That's what I said to them. The next thing we did under the Prime Minister, who cares about the workers, is to provide them with medical insurance so if they're sick, they'll be able to go to the doctor and they'll be taken care of. That's what we did for the sanitation workers. Those workers who work hard to keep Barbados clean. The next thing we did, man, let me get started in here about the things that we accomplished in spite of the fact that we had the worst threats socially and economically since adult suffrage, man. This is what we did. We say to the workers, we understand that you're lifting these big heavy cans. Look around Barbados. I want you to look around and understand what we're doing. The residential waste collection project, man. A project that ensures using the technology, the RFID readers, and all the science involved in it, where we can not only chart routes, but where we understand the amount of garbage being collected so we know when to pick it up. Where we have now a recycling plan because we understand the principles of the 5 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, and now repair in a circular Barbados, so that we can run a race with the rest of the world as it relates to how we treat the garbage. And the recycling plan will reduce that garbage by 50%. That is what we are doing, by 500 tons or so daily, so that the existence of the lifespan of the landfill can be realized. A simple, simple thing. And yet, allowing the workers not to have to lift those big heavy cans so they will have to suffer for the rheumatoid arthritis and all the other ills associated with it. That is a government that cares about the workers that we consider to be at the bottom. But we believe that every single worker in this country, every single one, have an important stake in the development of this country. That is the belief of the Barbados Labour Party. And that's how we intend to operate going forward. I want to say, I started a project because there's an idyllic song by an iconic group, Beautiful, Beautiful Barbados by the Merry Men. And I know you'll be happy and merry Thursday morning when you repose your confidence in the Barbados Labour Party again, man. That song gave me the spirit to run across this country and create green recreational spaces, commercial spaces, so that people can launch, so they can recreate, and so they can have a viable business. The Clean and Green Project, man. I started when I became minister, and so far I can tell Barbadians there are 26 sites across this country, including Coverley, which is a beautiful site that you can sit down with your children, go to the park, enjoy yourself, and post-COVID, when you're faced with the most traumatic pressures, man. That is what we did as a government. The Prime Minister give me her baby and tell me, Minister, cuddle it for a time, man. That is called the Botanical Gardens. Now, the Botanical Gardens, I went to every single Caribbean country looking at Botanical Gardens. And they said, Barbados must have the best botanical garden in the world, in the Western Hemisphere as we know it. And we started, and I want to thank Trevor Prescott, because Trevor worked assiduously to ensure that we remove all the bush, all the river tamarind, all the wild bush. We removed some wild ones in 2018 too. We remove all the wild bush, and we say that we are going to bring biodiversity to life. We are going to bring natural flora and fauna to life, man. We are understand the importance of science. So right now, as you drive past there, you can see some centers being built. Taxonomy, herbarium, germplasm, where we ensure that the right stock is available to build out our gardens and our biodiversity. We don't have to answer the United Nations General Assembly call for a decade of ecosystem restoration. It is already happening before you. And on the other side, man, where it's being clear now is going to be the international garden, because we have excited the international community with a prime minister who has a global presence, who is saying to the rest of the world, come and invest in the international space. This is what we are doing to put Barbados on the map, man. And understanding that before the existential threat known as COVID-19, the pandemic, that seek to ruin our life and our existence as we know it, there was the threat of climate change. And the Prime Minister said, she said, Barbadians, the most natural way, and you can hear the Dendrodus, Nigel Jones talking about it too, the most natural way to be able to mitigate against the vagaries of climate change is to plant trees so that they can help reduce the greenhouse gases. This is what the Prime Minister and the team has been doing since coming to office. And I want to tell you tonight, the work has now started. Give us the opportunity that when the roll is called up yonder, man, I want to hear Wilfred name. That when the roll is called up yonder in the south, I want to hear Ralph Tall name. That when the roll is called in the west, do good and good will continue to attest to you, man. And when the road is called up yonder, the best economists in the world, the best economists in the world, right and strong, man, who understands that 20 is not greater than 80%, man. A man who brings the foreign reserves to $3 billion and somebody get excited down to talk about thieving, man. Let me get serious. All of a sudden, everybody excited about the foreign reserves. All of a sudden, the cookie jar, they start to get greasy and trembling and all sort of things. All of a sudden, everybody is excited about returning to office. But they have one purpose, and that is the purpose to destroy your lives. And I'm telling you tonight, when you have a serious conversation with yourself, you need to ask yourself, who is the best leader for this time? It is now the right time to make the right decision, and only once in a lifetime. That is Wednesday the 19th. Do you have a chance to make the right choice? If you go home and you do something funny in your brain and you make the mistake, the song of Papa Science will start to sing across Barbados. Come Thursday morning, Lord, I can't take it no more. Give me back the government that I had before, man. This is a serious business here. This is a serious business. I want you to understand that no more than ever, your vote matters. No more than ever, it is important to go to the polls. Fuji Toya saw in Civil Hill, man. He said, youngsters, step up to the plate. Step up and tell your mother. Step up and tell your father. Step up and tell your grandmother, man. Step up and tell every single person in earshot of you. You know something? We have a serious decision to make. We have to go with every single member of the Barbados Labour Party. Because if we don't, we can suffer. If we don't, we can die. If we don't, we will not know Barbados as we know it today. Our children cannot live the Barbadian dream. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand that it has been a rough road, man. It has been a long road. But it's a road to success under the Barbados Labour Party. I want you to go to your numbers, man. I want you to wake up early Wednesday. I want you to tell your friends. I want you to get in your car, go in the line, hand sanitize, social distance. Do everything in your power to remain and on the confidence, the absolute confidence of me and my Motley. Give Wilfred Abrams your vote. Give Dr. Duke your vote. Give Ralph Thorne your vote. Give Ryan Strong your vote. And when you come to Christchurch West Central, understand that service, good service, is the mason in the order of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful night. God bless you.
I feel good, boy, I feel good. Since I went with medic, medicine working, it working.
Who you voting for? Who is we mentor? If Silver Hill. Service is my medicine. And when you're sick, give you a pill. Service is my medicine. MEDIC. Who you want? MEDIC. Who you want? MEDIC. It's safer with he. MEDIC. Who you want? MEDIC. Who you want? MEDIC. Vote BLP. He play part by Joe Edgel. Service is my medicine.
For you, by the time this meeting finishes, this podium gonna be out there. This podium gonna be off the stage here. Technicians, stay close. This thing gonna fall off the stage. Medic Ford, thank you, thank you, thank you. Christchurch East, how you feeling? How you feeling? I want to know how you're feeling. You're getting warm there. I must tell you, I feel good. I cannot tell you how good I feel. I cannot really explain to you how good I feel from this platform, because we have, the language must be of a certain kind. But I had a song. So I feel so good. I feel so good. I feel so good. I feel so good. I feel so. Yeah, I like winner, you know. I like winner. Listen to me. But you know, we are within close proximity to the St. Christopher Church, and we have to keep it a little pure. Ladies and gentlemen, politics is made for good people. And good people are made for politics. Every once in a while, a bad one will get through. Every once in a while, a bad one will slip through. Like last time we had a man back in 2008, a bad one slipped through. And a bad one slipped through again in 2013, man. A bad one slipped through again. And you know that of all the bad ones they had on the other side, you had the worst. You had the worst. The man with the hearse was the worst. He was a bad one. I mean, a real bad one. But then you had an opportunity to choose between good and evil. And you chose good over evil, man. You chose purity over nastiness, man. You chose all that is good over that thing that was bad. Tonight, I tell you, Silver Sands, you got a good man. You got a hard-working man. You got a real man, too. A real man. You know that Wilfred is a good man. A lie? I ain't lie. Wilfred is a good man. I ask you, if you went to sea in a mud boat, it was sinking. Somebody came and saved you while it was going down. Lord have mercy. You can go back to sea in a mud boat again? You got the captain of the ship. Wilfred Abrams rescued you. What are you going to do? Vote for who? Vote for who? Vote for who? Come, Wilfred. Wilfred, come. The next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch East. A good man, a decent man, an honest man. Wilfred Arthur Abrams.
We voting for Wilfred. Everybody voting for Wilfred. Wilfred Abrams is the man that will set the trend. This in the head.
Shoulders, knees and toes.
Is Wilfred Abrams in full control? The head.
Shoulders, knees and toes.
Abrams got to get my vote, cause we don't want them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Vote for Abrams. Abrams not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. Cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred not them. Them. Vote for Abrams not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. I got Abrams is the best, so tell Dennis no. Pack up and left, he just can't test. Last time I checked, Abrams they done go along with the X. So pack up and go, pack up and go. Nobody don't want to see Dennis no. Everybody in Christchurch saying so. So Abrams got to run this show. I caught January 19th, Abrams can look it. Nobody from the opposition can stop it. So lift it up and start back again. And give me Wilfred Abrams, cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the we voting for Wilfred. Everybody voting for Wilfred. Wilfred Abrams is the man that will set the trend. This in the head.
Shoulders, knees and toes.
Is Wilfred Abrams in full control? My head.
Shoulders, knees and toes.
Abrams got to get my vote, cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. Cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. I caught Abrams is the best, so tell Dennis no. Pack up and
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, Silver Sands, it is so good to be here. Before I even begin to start to talk, I want to big up the Abrams crew. I want to big up the cheerleaders, the dancers, the soldiers, the supporters, the backstage, everything that makes this ship run. I want to big up all of the crew and my campaign team. So what you all don't know, so everybody who has heard me speak so far this election has heard a particular song. All the team love the song. But the young ladies decided, Abrams, no. You can't just walk on like everybody else. Big planning something for you. Just settle yourself. I say, what y'all planning? Don't worry about that. Now, when young people tell you don't worry about that, you get very, very worried. For true, you get real worried. It was a mystery. I now realize I have another campaign song. Because between all of them, they managed to commission a song, get a song recorded, choreograph their dance, and come out in support. Well, if that ain't support, I don't know what is. Big up on yourself. This election has shown me something. People sit on a fence for a very long time, but when you're called upon to focus your mind and come off that fence, and you come off that fence. And Christchurch East, y'all have come off that fence in style. In style. The support on the ground has been wonderful. But supporting votes. And all the people out here who tell me for the whole night, Abrams, don't worry, you got this, Abrams. We got this. Abrams, you in. Hear me clearly. Until the last vote count, we ain't in nothing. So don't anybody get tired and start to feel comfortable and celebrate too much tomorrow night. And, you know, I got some supporters in particular who love a drink. Right? So don't overdo it tomorrow night and can't get it Wednesday. So understand, there can be all the time to celebrate COVID protocols allowing after the vote is counted. And the returning officer says what they have to say. So let me keep it level. Let me keep it steady until then, and let me do what we got to do. We've done well so far. We don't have much longer to go. There can be a time to celebrate, but this isn't it yet. We still got to get past the hurdle. Now, understand something. A man yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, said to me that, you know, he does not understand why we keep dwelling in the past, that politicians dwell in the past too much, and that we shouldn't bring up the past. And I said to him, but you understand that if you don't remember your past, then you are doomed forever to repeat it. And I don't bring up the past, and I am not going to bring up the past today to use the past as an excuse for anything. I could only use the past as an excuse for anything if we have not done anything to counteract what happened in the past. So any reference I make to the past is purely to provide you with a context and explain to you and bring back to you exactly how far we have come in 3.5 short years. Everybody on the same page as me? Can't hear you. You on the same page? Lest we forget, it was only 3.5 short years ago that we had sewage running all down the streets in the South Coast. That when you went down the South Coast, you used to be frightened. You used to be frightened. You could not stop. Kentucky on the South Coast almost went out of business. Because the thing about Kentucky, when you approach a Kentucky, is we smell it from far. Well, when you approach that Kentucky, that was not chicken. That was definitely not chicken. So it was 3.5 short years ago we had to deal with that. So when people say, you know what, let's not bring up the past, I just want to draw a line. It was 3.5 short years ago that we had the sewage on the street. But right after we got in, within 13 days, that sewage was off the street. So I need to bring up the past lest we forget. Now, when I mentioned the fact that in 2018, 3.5 short years ago, they had garbage piling up all over Barbados. Everywhere you went, you saw piles of garbage all over the place, and rats were running loose in Barbados. You had rats as big as small cats. Actually, you had rats as big as big cats. The cats were actually frightened for the rats. But that was only 3.5 short years ago. And I bring that up not to make an excuse for our current situation. I bring that up to point out to you that in short order, we had sufficient garbage trucks to service the whole of Barbados. So Silver Sands, what day is your garbage pickup? Do you know when your garbage pickup is? Mondays and Wednesdays. Now you understand, had I asked you that in 2018, if it was January 2018 and I asked you when's your next garbage pickup, you'd have told me March. The fact that you know when your garbage is going to pick up, and not just in Silver Sands, the whole of Barbados, says how far we've come in a short time. We don't have the piles of garbage anymore. So lest we forget, I have to remind you, because the day of reckoning is coming. Lest we forget, how many of you got to work late every single day because the public transportation system was not working? How many got home late every single day? All who had to go in the Fairchild Street bus stand. You know you was coming home really late on a night, very, very late, because the buses weren't there. In the whole 10 years, they did not buy one single bus. And I'm not dragging it up to make excuses now, because there's no reason to make excuses now. We have a properly functioning bus service. There are 47 brand new electric buses. But there was no incentive for them to buy buses because a number of the ministers had 8, 9, and 10 ZR licenses. So ZRs was a business for many of them. So to fix the transportation system meant you were taking money out of their pockets. That's what they were about, but that's not what we are about. We're about fixing it and making life easy for you. And lest we forget, because our memories are really, really short. Bajans, our memories are short. The fact that people are even contemplating forgiving them, our memories are short. You remember the ramshackle buses that I had in 2018? The buses where the floor plates were missing from some of them. So when you got on the bus, you had to do a hopscotch to try to get to your seat. And you didn't want to take a small child there because the child might drop through the floorboards. That was 3.5 short years ago. You remember when the first electric buses came, everybody was looking for it, and we were so excited. You see them coming, and you're watching them coming down the road, and then they pass you like. That was 3.5 short years ago, but now we don't even look around when we see electric bus. Because we have forgotten what it was like 3.5 short years ago. And to prove a point, I had a conversation with a lady about 2 weeks ago. And she said, Abrams, you always talking about these buses. You always talking about these buses. But they mean all that because I catch one the other day and the Wi-Fi wasn't working. And I thought to myself, if you went from what we had in 2018, which was nothing, to a brand new electric state-of-the-art air-conditioned bus, and your only complaint was that one day on one of them buses the Wi-Fi wasn't working, well, I think we have done well by you as a government. We can't forget where we came from. We can't forget the 23 downgrades. We can't forget that nobody wanted to lend us money. I mean, if you as an individual, we have all fallen on hard times, but most of us here, when everything is crumbling, they got that warm body that you didn't want to call, but you could call them, and they will lend you something to ease you. If you get to the point where you have nobody to call at all, then you're in a bad way. So imagine when you get to that point as a country, when you get to the point where nobody wants to lend you a red cent, when you're borrowing money at 13, 14, and 23% as a country, you're in a bad way. Everybody is now falling over themselves to try to lend us money at 1 and 1.5%. But that was only 3.5 short years ago. The nutshell, we have done more as a government in the last 3.5 years that them did in the 10 years before that, and you got to clap for that. Don't be fooled. It hasn't been easy. It has not been easy. These were 3.5 of the worst years that anybody could have been in government. We came into government at possibly the worst time in the history of Barbados to ever go into government. No government has ever had it as rough as we had it for the last 3.5 years. But we went to work immediately. First task was to fix the sewage on the South Coast. What they could not do in 3 years, we did in 13 days. Right? We did it in 13 days. We got the sewage off the streets. The first thing that the Prime Minister did, they suffered downgrade after downgrade after downgrade. They could not borrow a cent. The first thing the Prime Minister did is went and renegotiated debt. To the point now where a lot of you who are hearing me now know when it was buying up a lot of US currency because he was frightened the dollar was going to devalue. You didn't want left. People were draining out the bank accounts and buying US dollars and hoarding them because we were frightened for the Barbados dollar. Now, nobody ain't thinking about that. That was only 3.5 short years ago. It was only 3.5 short years ago. It was only 3.5 short years ago. Let us not forget. Christchurch East, Silver Sands, Lisbonville, all the surrounding areas. We turned a corner. The Prime Minister tackled all the things that needed to be tackled in short order. Our ministers did a fantastic job, and I want to big up all of the Christchurch MPs. I want to big up Ryan Strong, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister. She could not have done it without him. Now understand, our Prime Minister is famous all around the world. She has been interviewed by CNN, BBC, NBC, Al Jazeera. She's been interviewed by everybody. 3.5 short years ago, anytime we were making the news, is because people were warning people don't come to Barbados, you can get sick. People were talking about the dollar possibly devaluing. People were talking about an unstable country. Now, every time Barbados occupies the imagination of the world, it's for a positive thing. It's because we are doing great things. Our little country is getting the recognition it deserves. Our little country led by Mia Amor Motley. And she could only do that and fly all over the world, cutting deals for Barbados, getting advantages for Barbados, bringing recognition to Barbados when she got her general behind her, Ryan Strong, holding up things on this end. When we look around Barbados, Barbados used to be nasty. The garbage was everywhere, the rats were everywhere, the bush was everywhere. Now Adrian Medit4 got clean and green all about the place. Y'all see the botanical gardens? Anybody ever went, any of y'all went to botanical gardens? Well, if that ain't a beautiful place, I don't know what is. And Adrian, I want to big you up. You helped me fulfill a campaign promise in turning that old dump up in Coverley into clean and green. I look forward to doing more work with you, Adrian, because you are a man I respect. You are a man of the people. I got your back, Adrian Ford. William Duguid came in. I was first in public works. And Duguid started to plan for all the road projects and started to get things moving, and a reshuffle happened. Duguid got put in housing. Now we're aiming at 10,000 houses in the next 5 years. That's William Duguid, the man who don't just talk, he's get things done. And Ralph Thorne. Ralph quietly did what Ralph does. Ralph is one of the most brilliant attorneys in the Caribbean. Ralph did the Thorne Commission. Yeah, no clap for that for true. He is. Ralph chaired the Touring Commission that looked at local government and alternatives and how we're going to frame our politics going forward and what representation needs to look like and how we're going to have people assemblies and how we can get the average person to play a bigger part in the governance of Barbados. And I know somebody already, I ain't going to pitch for them because I can support them when the time comes, but somebody out here that wants to be in local government. That was Ralph Torn. And it's not just the Christchurch MPs, everybody pulled their weight. When they talk about having a big cabinet, we had a big cabinet because there were a lot of things to be done at the same time, and we did them well. Look around at the results, Barbados. When people talk about voting from opposition, I don't think we think this the whole way through. Because to vote from opposition means that somebody has to lose their seat. And I tell you something, Ryan Strachan deserves to keep his. He is an economic star. Adrian Ford deserves to keep his. He is all about the youth, all about the environment, all about preserving. Where is Adrian? The three-toed gecko? The leaf-toed gecko? Some lizard. But Adrian is all about preserving the natural habitats of indigenous creatures in Barbados. William is all about progress. William does one thing, he completes a project and then starts looking around immediately for the next project. And Ralph is all about the future and development of our country. And Christchurch East, I am all about you. I am all about you. I had the misfortune to hear the last fella, the other fella. I promise my wife, I promise my mother, I promise my team, I ain't gonna come in here and say nothing bad. I'm not gonna use any bad words. I'm not gonna, so I can't call the name. Because if I string the two words together, that might, I can't call the name. But I heard the other fella stand up on a platform and say Wilfred Abrams ain't do nothing in Christchurch East. Wilfred Abrams ain't do nothing, where was he? Well, let me tell him something. Over the last 3.5 years, when he's asking where I was fixing your sewage to make sure that all of you in Barbados were safe and no outbreak happened in Barbados. Where I was in the last 3.5 years, I was handling things at the prison when we had an outbreak at the prison to make sure we brought that under control, that our national security was not threatened. Where was I for the last 3.5 years? I was handling things at the girls' industrial school and the government industrial school to make sure our children who had the misfortune of going there were looked after and the system worked for them and for their families. That's what I was doing. Where was I for the last 3.5 years? We were completely turning around the immigration department, that anybody who has had the opportunity to go to the immigration department in the last 1.5 years. We used to get letters all the time saying, complaining about the attitude of people, how slow it was. Any correspondence that used to come about immigration, it used to be lambasting immigration. I have a stack of letters on my desk with people begging at the immigration saying what a pleasure it was to do business with them. That is what I was doing for the last 3.5 years. For the last 3.5 years, I sat on the COVID subcommittee. All of the protocols, all of the directives, I was one of the people involved in that and in drafting those. All the decisions with respect to the vaccines and how we were dealing with children and how we were dealing with tourists coming in. I was involved in that. When we had the shutdown and we had to get care packages out to people, I was involved in that. And outside of that, my branch and my executive and my friends put together so that even outside of the care packages for the people from the government, we had care packages the whole way through the difficulty, along with vouchers, because we have to protect our most vulnerable. So when he asked where was I for the last 3.5 years, that is what I was doing. Where was I for the last 3.5 years? As the minister responsible for Home Affairs, I'm in charge of the emergency responses. So when we had the ash fall, I was the person responsible for coordinating the cleanup, not just in Christchurch, it's across the whole country. I was the person who had the responsibility to get the airport clean so the planes can come back in. I was the person responsible for getting the drains flushed so that our sewage lines didn't back up. So where I was for the last 3.5 years, that's what I was doing. For the last 3.5 years, when the freak storm happened and then Hurricane Elsa happened, y'all saw me on the news all the time because I was the person responsible. We had to coordinate the information. We had to coordinate logging whose house got damaged. We had to coordinate the surveys to it. We had to coordinate the response to it. We had to coordinate the rebuilding of it. That is what I did as the Minister of Home Affairs. That is where I was for the last 3.5 years. So you who did nothing, who are representative vacuum for 10 years, don't come and ask me where I was for the last 3.5 years. I just told you. And the worst part, the man was standing up giving his speech from up on the clean and green area in Coverley, which was a dump. If any of these houses around here were put in the middle of that space, you couldn't see none of them. It looked like Jumanji. It looked horrible. But he did his spot meeting in front of about 4 people. He did his spot meeting in the middle of the area that Adrian Ford and I cleaned, that we landscaped, that we put picnic benches and benches on, that we put a play park for the children. He stood up in that spot that he never even looked at and said, Abrams ain't doing nothing. Well, then he touched me at one of the things that concerns me the most. He said he used to have the biggest football competition in Barbados, the biggest out-of-season football competition in Barbados. And for the last 2 years, Abrams did not host a football competition. Abrams did not put on a cricket tournament. Abrams didn't sponsor no netball, nothing. I have one thing to tell him, because he seemed to not be living in the same country I live in. One word, COVID. I cannot put on football with COVID when COVID is not allowed. I cannot sponsor cricket in COVID when cricket is not allowed. I have to follow the law. I am the Minister of Home Affairs. He does not have those responsibilities. The biggest concern he has had for the whole year is how to panel up his office so you can't see the hearse. That's the biggest concern. Butcher, where's my shirt? I got something to say to everybody, right? One of the best things I have ever done was when, before I even got in, I sponsored the Abrams United Silver Sands football team. I did that out of government. I did it in government. Football and playing. But look, to answer the questions of the ignorant, want to see this? You can see that? That there says Abrams United Silver Sands. So, if he was about here, then he would know the team already got their sponsorship, got their gear, got everything they need to do, and just waiting for football to start. And not just them, because we're sponsoring parish land too. And anybody else that wants sponsorship, because that is what we do. That is who we are. That is what my representation is about. It is about you, working with you, working for you, and for the benefit of all. Christchurch East and Silver Sands, we coming down to the last part. The Prime Minister already spoke about our plans for out here. And we plan to develop Silver Sands to make it like a place of interest in Barbados. We are going to regrade the football field. We're going to fix it back properly. We're going to put lights. We're going to put bleachers. Because Abrams United Silver Sands must have a proper home ground. But we're not just doing that. We're putting kiosks. We're going to redevelop the park over there and put kiosks so that it can be an entrepreneurial hub. For all of the playing fields across Christchurch East, we are going to retrofit with lights. We're going to fix all the pavilions. We're going to put free Wi-Fi and turn the pavilions, not just into pavilions, but also into community centers, because at the focus of what we are going to do is to put self-development programs for our people so that you don't have to depend on a government job, so that you can get ahead, you can learn a skill, and you can go into business for yourself and take others with you, because that is what we do. We plan to encourage entrepreneurship across Barbados. We're putting things in place. by giving everybody digital identities and exposing people to fintech, to cryptocurrency, facilitating you to be able to do business from Barbados overseas and be paid and also pay. That is what we plan to do. There's so much more, but I tell you, read the manifesto. You've seen the roads already. Our road program in Christchurch East has started. Our program across our country with the projects has started. 2022 is looking a lot better than 2021. We are on the way up. We are moving in the right direction. The jobs are going to come back. Silver Sands and the surrounding areas, Christchurch East and Barbados. The future is looking bright, bright, bright for us. So I asked the other fella this. You now know where I was for the last 3.5 years. Where were you? What did you do? When we gave tablets and devices to every single school child in class 3 and class 4 in St. Christopher and St. Bartholomew School, where were you? When we were looking out for our people when they were going through their difficult times, and we were pulling our own pockets, not just the government resources, we were pulling our own pockets to make sure our people were taken care of. Where were you? It might surprise you to know that some of your own people came to us for assistance. And I didn't turn them back because I'm the MP, not just for the BLP supporters, but for everybody in Christchurch East. And that's the difference between me and you. So when people even start to draw a comparison, I tell them, do what you gotta do. I know that I was the most surprised person this election when all of these young people came forward volunteering, and every day more and more people came trying to assist, and every day the camp grew bigger. Every day we had to provide more meals because the support was growing. Every day these young people walked from morning to night, turning up at the office at 7 a.m. and working all the way through. So that anytime you went, so that sometimes we had to ask people, please don't come, they got too many people out here. But when we pass out by him, nothing. All I can ask, where were you? I know where I was. I just want to say this in wrapping up. Christchurch East, I have done many things in my life. I've been a lawyer for 25 years. I've done things locally, regionally, internationally. But no, don't clap for that. That ain't a plug for myself there. That was to make a point. I have done these things, but the single greatest honor and achievement for me has been being your representative for the last 3.5 years. Three and a half years ago, I came to you in 2018, and I said, Silver Sands, I got your back. I got your back. This is now 2022, and I'm saying to Christchurch East, I still got your back. But now, for the first time, I want to ask something of you. I had your back in 2018. I still got your back in 2022. On the 19th of January, Christchurch East, I am now asking you to have my back. We have been through the roughest time together. We've been through a lot together. The last 3.5 years weren't easy. The last 2.5 years were brutal. But we have turned the corner. We know we can see a future. We know 2022 is going to be our year. We have walked together. We have cried together. We have laughed together. We've celebrated together. Let us continue the journey that we have started. Christchurch East, I'm not a boastful person, but I am telling y'all, y'all have not even begun to see the best of me. The best is yet to come. We have done a lot with a little bit. We are now in the position where we now have the resources to be able to do the projects that I wanted to do for you so badly. And we have started. There's a lot we're going to do in a short space of time because as the money becomes available, it will be spent immediately because, quite frankly, I want to get you to where you need to be as fast as you can go. So get on this train. Get on this bus. Silver Sands to Parish Land to Ferry Valley. Receipts are moving. Let me get on this bus. We are going places and we are going there together. Let us get on this bus. I am asking you, stay the course. I started by telling you, support is not votes. All of the well wishes, all of this crowd of people, all of the cheers, they don't help me. They do not help me unless you go out and you mark your X on that piece of paper inside that box. Don't touch the line. If you spoil the ballot, ask for another one and they will give it to you. Put your X in there for me. And I just got one other thing to say because I don't know, somebody thought that they were going to embarrass me. I heard a couple days ago, Abrams have got some plan for you, they can release it this evening. You worried? No, I ain't got nothing to worry about. Nobody can release them with me to shame me. Abrams, I hear they got a plan for you, they can drop something this evening. And when I saw it, I bread on laughing. And all the one would not let me rest with that damn conch shell. Everywhere I go, I hearing about the conch shell. I went to a woman's house up there in Pilgrim Place today, and she said to me, she can vote for me if I blow the conch shell. I get on here and people asking me to blow the conch shell. I am in my office and my group of supporters telling me, Abrams, don't be a punk, blow the conch shell. All right, I doing this for all I wanna, and Silver Sands a fishing community. I doing this for all I wanna for the last time. After this, don't ask me nothing about no conch shell. Silver Sands and Christchurch East, good night. God bless. We got this.
We voting for Wilfred. Everybody voting for Wilfred. Wilfred Abrams is the man that will set the trend. This in the head.
Shoulders, knees and toes.
Is Wilfred Abrams in full control? The head.
Shoulders, knees and toes.
Abrams got to get my vote cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. Cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. I caught Abrams is the best, so tell Dennis no. Back up and left, he just can't test. Last time I checked, Abrams they done go along with the X, so pack up and go, pack up and go. Nobody don't want to see Dennis Low. Everybody in Christchurch saying so. So Abrams got to run this show. I caught January 19th, Abrams can lock it. Nobody from the opposition can stop it. So lift it up and start back again.
He get one of those. He get one of he blow him. He blow him and he blow him again now. Wilfred come, man. Wilfred come. Monkey come. Farley come, man. Come on. This is the team. This is the team. This is the team. This is the team.
We voting for Wilfred. Everybody voting for Wilfred. Wilfred Abrams is the man that will set the trend. This in the head.
Shoulders, knees and toes.
Is Wilfred Abrams in full control? The head.
Shoulders, knees and toes.
Abrams got to get my vote cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. Cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. I caught Abrams is the best, so tell Dennis no. Back up and left, he just can't test. Last time I checked, Abrams they done go along with the X, so pack up and go, pack up and go. Nobody don't want to see Dennis Low. Everybody in Christchurch saying so. So Abrams got to run this show. I caught January 19th, Abrams can lock it. Nobody from the opposition can stop it. So lift it up and start back again.
Team BLP, man. Team BLP, man. How you voting? Is Abrams the man? Is Abrams the man? Is Abrams the man? Oh, I thank you. I love you. We are feeling good tonight. But I want to tell you something now. There is a man who holds the purse strings, man. There is a man who holds the purse strings. He is the man who makes it possible for Wilfred and Medic and Dr. Duguid and Ralph to deliver for their constituents, man. He's the man who holds the purse strings, man. He is the man who made it possible for you to get the electric buses, man. He made it possible. He is the man who made sure that the refuse was collected from in front of your house, man. He is the man who holds the purse strings, man. He is the man who helped to save the Barbados dollar, man. He is the man who stopped the downgrades. The man with the purse strings, man. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the next parliamentary representative, the hard-working, decent, honest man, the man who will once again take charge of the affairs of this country when it comes to managing your money. I bring you none other than Ryan Strong, the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch East Central.
If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them rest ain't ready. Them rest ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. Me and the BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. Me is best in lead. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready.
Good night, Silver Sands. Good night, Christchurch East, and good night, Barbados. I am happy to be here tonight to support your parliamentary representative and the next duly elected representative for Christchurch East, Wilfred Abrams, because when we took office 3.5 years ago, I knew what my mission was, I knew what my focus was. And I can tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, it was not easy. But I remember when the Prime Minister announced her cabinet and announced that Wilfred will be the Minister for Energy and Water Resources, I shook my head. Because I knew that whoever was given that responsibility to clean up the South Coast would have no rest. And we in the Ministry of Finance also knew, and I want to remind you, Silver Sands and Christchurch East, that when we took office, things were not as smooth as they are now. Finding money in those early days, it was not an easy task. But as I saw Wilfred at cabinet every week, I really felt sorry for Wilfred. Because as hard as I was working, I know that Wilfred was out there working harder to make sure that that sewage could get off the streets of Barbados. And that all of you here in Christchurch East, the sewage was not flowing here, it affected all of us in Barbados. And Wilfred stuck to the task. And week after week after week after week, focus on ensuring that we can get this problem solved. And so I stand here tonight to proudly support Wilfred as the next duly elected parliamentary representative for Christchurch East, because Silver Sands and Christchurch East, you have seen what representation looks like. Because you had a parliamentary representative that was part of a government that allowed sewage to flow on the streets of Barbados for 3 years. And you know that that would never happen under Barbados or a party government. And Wilfred Abrams has shown to all of you what leadership looks like, what taking responsibility looks like. And so it is important, Christchurch East, for you to understand, I feel personally that in this election, that if it is one body that must go back to Parliament, it has to be Wilfred Abrams. Because Wilfred worked hard on behalf of all Barbadians to give us a sense of pride again in this country. That we can hold our heads high. Wilfred Abrams. But you and I both know that once we feel so, that we're going to make it happen. We're going to make it happen. And COVID-19 certainly has made it difficult for a lot of us. For a lot of us. But I want you, Christchurch East, on Wednesday morning, make your plan early. Get your mask, your sanitizer. The line's going to be a little longer because you got to stand up a little further apart. But find your polling station. And when you go to your polling station, I want you to place that X very carefully next to the name of Wilfred Abrams. And if my memory serves me correctly, his name is going to be at the top of the ballot. So you're going to look no further. This is a clear choice, Christchurch East. Clear. And I stand here tonight to support Wilfred, the work that he has done on your behalf, and the work that the Barbados Labour Party has done to bring respectability back to this country. This has not been easy. And therefore, as people are lurking, seeking to come back from the shadows, I want you to understand, Christchurch East, what your mission must be on Wednesday. And your mission must be to return Wilfred Abrams as your next parliamentary representative to help marshal all the troops across Barbados. Tell your friends, your neighbors, your workers, your co-workers to vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidate, not just in Christchurch, but all across Barbados, because we must ensure that there's absolutely no possibility of the Democratic Labour Party being able to form a government in this country in this election. No possibility. But as I'm standing here in Christchurch East, I must also let you know something very clearly. Because the previous parliamentary representative presided over the sanitation situation in this country. And for a long time, not a single garbage truck was bought in this country under the last administration. But I want you to remember something very carefully, Christchurch East, because around 2016, 17 or so, if my memory serves me correctly, you would recall driving down Wildy and you would see 6 garbage trucks perched there as if they were new. And for a long while I can understand as I passed there why these garbage trucks were not being deployed on the road. But little did I know that these trucks were actually taken off the road, cleaned up, to make it seem as if you were getting new garbage trucks. And it was a ruse to fool you and the rest of Barbados. But this government, as you know, solved that problem. And as the Prime Minister stood here tonight and told you, we made those resources available, as difficult as it was, the choices we had to make to ensure that all of Barbados can get their garbage collected. That the women in Silver Sands ain't got to keep the food in the fridge for 3 or 4 weeks because you're afraid to put it out because the dogs, the rats, are everything running about the place. But get to it. But you can rest easy tonight, Silver Sands, knowing that your garbage is being collected in this country. But I want to add something to this narrative. Because you know that there was a building built down in Vaucluse. Brand new building. A brand new building. Money spent when there were no trucks. And we came to office and found an arrangement, Silver Sands, and I want you to listen to me very carefully. because this is not the only instance that has happened, but I want to speak to it specifically. We found a contractual arrangement, Silver Sands, that would have had the government of Barbados paying over $44 million for a building. And when we came in, we look at this thing. We said, well, this thing ain't making no sense. It ain't making no sense. And as we did with all of the other contracts that we renegotiated, when we sat across the table from those who assigned the contract, the negotiations went relatively easily by negotiating standards. And we were able to cut that contractual value from over $44 million to just over 24. And I asked myself, but hold on a minute. Who, when they're negotiating, they just easily agree to cut the value by almost half? And up to now, I still have not completed in my own mind what the reason is. But I know that this Barbados Labour Party formed an anti-corruption and anti-terrorism unit, which is being funded in the Prime Minister's office. And I await the result of those investigations, because I want you to understand, Silver Sands and Christchurch East, what we had to face, what we dealt with, and that the absolute priorities of those who were meant to govern this country, they were not looking out for your interests. They were not looking out for the interests of ordinary Barbadians. And therefore, when you go to the polls on Wednesday morning, you know very clearly the difference between a country that was governed by the Barbados Labour Party in the last 3.5 years versus the previous 10 glorious years. Because you and I know what glorious really supposed to mean. Because it wasn't glorious for any of us out here. It wasn't glorious for the people in Christchurch East. It wasn't glorious for anybody else in Barbados other than the Democratic Labour Party. And so you have a situation now where, as I said, people are lurking because we're able to stabilize this country, bring a measure of respectability back to the public finances. And you hear the Prime Minister keep saying that I find any money. And they hear that we find any money to spend on the things that matter to you. And now they're lurking in the shadows, wanting to come back. And you saw the chairman here tonight speaking about Mr. Barrow. And I want you to understand, Christchurch East, that you have an important role to play in this election. An important role to play in this election. Because you must reject totally the misrepresentation by the Democratic Labour Party in this country, and never allow these people to be able to ever come close to managing the public purse in this country again. Because you know what happened the last time. And therefore I say to you, Silver Sands, I say to you, Christchurch East, there's only one clear choice on Wednesday. That choice is to go to the polls, vote for Wilfred Abrams, reject all others, let the Barbados Labour Party start to continue the reform of this country, the transformation of this country. Because I say to you, Christchurch East, as I've said to my constituents and the rest of Barbados, when we wake up on January 20th, we are going to be pressing the gas, because we will not allow COVID-19 to define Barbados. We, Barbados Labour Party, will continue to transform Barbados and transform it for the benefit of you and your children and your children's children. We, the Barbados Labour Party, intends to ensure that there is equity in this country. And therefore, when we issued our manifesto Silver Sands, when we issued our manifesto, and you read it carefully, and you reflect on our track record over the last 3.5 years, I know that you know that we will get it done. And therefore, you in Silver Sands, you in Christchurch East, and the rest of Barbados have a critical role to play on Wednesday. So don't get tired at all. You must go to the polls and you must vote for the government that you want. There's no talk about no opposition, because no opposition right now can help you. No opposition right now can deal with the issues confronting this country. Don't get tired. You must vote for the government that you want. And I know that when you wake up on Wednesday morning, you will understand very clearly your mission. And that mission, Silver Sands, that mission is that you must put Barbados first. You must work hard to make sure that you get your friends, your families, your neighbors, everybody out to the polls bright and early. And no matter how long the line is, do not be deterred, because the future of this country depends on what you do on Wednesday. And I ask all of you, Silver Sands, all of you, Christchurch East, stay the course. Stay the course. Stay the course. Because Wilfred Abrams will be the next parliamentary representative for Christchurch East. And I know that the Barbados Labour Party will be returned to office. And I want all of you tonight to say that from tonight until Wednesday, and make sure that you go to the polls, vote for Wilfred Abrams, vote for the Barbados Labour Party, vote for me and more importantly to be next Prime Minister of Barbados, and let us continue the transformation of Barbados. Thank you, God bless you, and good night, Christchurch East. Thank you.
We voted for me and Mont Lee. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, the BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Mont Lee got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. They are talking that world leaders do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. You just heard from the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch East Central. You know, this party is about commitment. There's a gentleman who spoke here early tonight, Dr. William Dugan, left and went to St. Lucie. Can you imagine that he's back here now? That is why I talk about commitment, man. Really glad to have you back. Ladies and gentlemen, she has spoken at about 4 meetings so far for the night. And she is coming to you now. She led the charge when the Prime Minister needed that 2 minutes of a break. She was the one who looked after the Ministry of Education. She is the one who has been there fighting for you and fighting on your behalf. I bring you my good friend, the hard-working, the honest, the decent, the warm, the loving, the beautiful, Cynthia Bradshaw, the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of St. Michael Southeast. Ladies and gentlemen, Cynthia Bradshaw.
Are you ready? 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 When the roll is called up, I'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof, but if it's required, we'll be.
Where will we be? On the front line. Good night, Christchurch East. Good night, Barbados. How are you feeling? Are you ready? Are you ready? On the 19th of January, I'm asking you to get to the polls let us get Wilfred Abrams back in the House of Assembly. I come here tonight with a simple message to the people of this constituency. I have had the pleasure of not only serving in the cabinet of Barbados with Wilfred Abrams, but also being a good friend to Wilfred. And I want to say to you, the people tonight, you can't get a better representative and a better individual. Somebody who cares about people. Somebody who loves people and is prepared no matter what to make sure that he looks after their interests. I can't tell you about your previous representative. I can't tell you about anybody else who intends to run in this election. But I can tell you from the bottom of my heart that I believe that Wilfred Abrams has been on the front line, working in the interest of the people of this constituency, working in the interest of the people of Barbados for the last 3.5 years. I have watched him enter politics, not with any understanding of what is required in the political arena, but take up the mantle of ministerial portfolios to be able to represent the people of this constituency. And whether it has been advocating in cabinet to make sure that roads were done in the constituency, to make sure that recreational facilities were done in the constituency, to make sure that those who engage in physical activity and sporting activities had an opportunity to be able to still participate in those sporting activities in the area, Wilfred has been on the front line trying to meet the needs of the people of this constituency. And I can only stand here tonight and endorse him as the next representative for this constituency. You may have his back, but I know he has your back even more, and he will continue to do so. Now, when he came to represent this constituency, there were a number of things that he would have come after and walked with the length and breadth of this constituency with all of you, and he would have said he was going to do. But there is a reality that we have had to confront in the Barbados Labour Party. And it is not to sound like a stock record, but it is to let people know that the journey that we have been walking over the last 3.5 years has not been one which we have taken lightly. We came to office always knowing that we were going to face difficult times because of what the last administration left us to have to deal with. But the one thing that the Barbados Labour Party did even before taking up the reins of government is that it prepared, is that it put its team in place, making sure that it had people that it could choose from to be able to help us to not just lead this country, but also to manage the affairs of this country. When I look at what is being offered up by the Democratic Labour Party administration for the persons who will run in this next election, I cannot identify who is going to be the Speaker of the House. I cannot tell you who is going to be the leader of the House. I cannot tell you who is going to lead the Senate. I cannot tell you even who is going to be their next Prime Minister. Because none of the people who are running in this election are able to even tell you who their leader and their Prime Minister is going to be. We are 2 days before you will go to mark your X and vote Barbados Labour Party, of course. But the reality is that you have people masquerading in this country, coming to you as an electorate, who cannot say to you that the next Prime Minister will be Verla de Pisa. But I can stand here tonight, as every other member of this platform has been able to do, and say to you that come the 20th of January, Mia Amor Montley will be the next Prime Minister again of Barbados. But Mia gonna need a team. And Mia is not gonna need just any team, Because when you look at the other side, you cannot tell yourselves who will represent which ministry. They got people who were there before that could not run the economy. People who had sewage flowing over the streets of this country on the South Coast. I could not care less about whether ordinary Barbadians had to maneuver through the streets on the South Coast. They didn't care about ordinary Barbadians and how they felt about the reputation of this country being dismantled because people could not find it within their power to do the things that were necessary, to unlock resources, to do the things that were right by the people of this country. And many of you must never forget the road that we have traveled. It has been a difficult road, but it has been one that the Barbados Labour Party and its team have made sure that we have been able to stay the course. We didn't tell you to stay the course, and then we didn't do what we were elected to do. There were many days and nights that we have worked tirelessly. I have seen my colleagues go gray as a result of the hours that they have put in to making sure not only that they meet the constituency's needs, but also trying to hold strain and to make sure that we could rise Barbados up from the ashes yet again. And I can tell you again tonight that I'm proud to be part of a Barbados Labour Party administration, that the rest of the world is watching Barbados once again. Barbados did not get commended for being a country that punched above its weight because we had a sleeping giant. It got its name because it had leaders that were world class. People who understood that we had to create global citizens. Understood that we had to aim to be the best that we could be. That we had to invest in our people and our human resources if we were going to punch above our weight. That is the Barbados Labour Party way. And we have never forgotten our duty to our people because we have come to public life to make life better for all Barbadians, regardless of whether they vote for the Barbados Labour Party, whether they don't vote at all, or whether they are Barbados Labour Party members. That is the Barbados Labour Party way. So you have a choice in this constituency as to who you will elect as your next representative in Christchurch East. And I say to you tonight that you must give us the opportunity, because I go win my seat down in St. Michael's office. The lioness is going to take down each and every one of them. They can, you know, you all realize I get all kind of pressure the last 3.5 years. But my back is broad. They want to take me on about the teachers and the schools and all kinds of things. And it has now come to the fore why it is that there was all this resistance in the Ministry of Education. Because people had their eyes on something else that ain't had nothing to do with the teachers, ain't had nothing to do with the unions, ain't had nothing to do with your children. It was about self. It was about trying to find a way after having been overlooked by other candidates being selected by the Democratic Labour Party for a former head of the Barbados Union of Teachers to now rise to the fore to welcome and take down the lioness. Well, I got news for him. Not in St. Michael Southeast. Because what we must never do, and what the people of Christchurch East must never do, is stop speaking truth to power. Because there are people who masquerade as though they act in your interests. People who say things on political platforms about you and about all of the members of the Barbados Labour Party. And you start to see on the platform what is unfolding for the character of these people. Because if you're going to get on a political platform, get in the House of Assembly and seek to degrade women, I say to you, keep an eye on these people and never take your eye off of them. They are not acting in your interests. They are not here to make sure that your young daughters and your sisters and your aunts have an opportunity to be able to rise up in public life, to be able to serve the people of this country. They are about themselves alone. And I say to you that those who speak ill of women, whether they have children or not, have no place in the House of Assembly. We in the Barbados Labour Party stand on a proud record of being inclusive, of making sure that anybody in this country born in Barbados or loving Barbados has the opportunity to be included in the affairs of this country. That is what we must be. That is the Barbadian way. And when we speak about who we are, that is who we are. We may make a little joke here and there, but it must never get to the point where you get on political platforms and try to get nasty, where you try to use nasty politics and nasty tactics to speak about opponents. I will speak the whole night on every platform, but you will never hear me attack the representatives of the Democratic Labour Party or any party. I speak truth to power. And I speak truth to the people who masquerade as though they have the interests of the people at heart, but instead try to fool you, try to make you believe that they have your interests, try to downplay what it is that the Barbados Labour Party has been doing, but don't come to you to offer you any solutions. If the representatives of the Democratic Labour Party do not have a problem with the things that have been said on their political platform, they do not have a right to be elected by an electorate. So it is not, this election is not about whether you like somebody. It is not about whether the person came and checked for you. It is also about you using the good education that we have given to the people of this country and being able to decipher for yourself what is right and what is wrong. It is not about just wearing the red or the yellow, but we have educated our people, and you must call a spade and say to people that enough is enough. That people can't just switch both the sides, come and tell you one thing today and then do something else on the other side. They can't just take the other, to speak to candidates in an ill way and expect that that is okay. Because today for me, tomorrow for you. And if they will do it on a political platform where they are to be the representatives of the people, they are not setting the kind of examples that we want for our future generations and that we want to be reflected in our society. So I say to you now, when I hear them talking about their legacy in education, I ask myself if I am living in a different Barbados. I had a former minister in education who called the young people demons. Y'all remember that? Demons. These are the same people who will now want to come and tell you that we have spent all this time doing infrastructure on schools and we got the schools closed now because of COVID. Where are we going to send children in a COVID environment when there was so much uncertainty that existed, where we did not know? I mean, we know what we know now, but 2.5 years ago, we didn't know what we knew now. And the fact of the matter is that while we are moving towards getting back to the classroom, we have made provision for our young people and our teachers to be able to use the technology in a way that our children can make that transition. Our only regret is that it didn't happen faster. But we did not plan for COVID, and we did not plan that schools would be closed. The Barbados Labour Party didn't orchestrate COVID. We didn't bring it here from across the Atlantic. COVID came and impacted the entire world. So when they tell you the children must go back to school, we are on the same page with them. But the day that we send our children back to school, we have to do it in a phased way because we cannot risk putting our children out there for them to get sick or even to die. And we are mindful of that. And we've tried to hold strain as long as we can so that we see how the situation is unfolding. And tonight, I am proud of my people, you know, because while we talk about school, I am proud that people responded to to the level of vaccination that we now have in this country. Because it means that we are no closer than we were a year ago to being able to get our students back into the classroom. We have invested in our students in this environment, making sure that students who did not have access to devices were given the opportunity to have access to devices. And when the ministry couldn't get them fast enough, members of parliament like Wilfred Abrams was on the front line trying to make sure that he personally was able to help them as well. Nothing wrong with that. Many hands make light work. And therefore, I say to you that that is the nature of the Barbados Labour Party members, where we know we can't get everything done, but we understand what our priorities are to the people of this country. But we inherited a situation where the infrastructure of the school plants across Barbados was in disarray. It is not by chance that there were environmental issues after environmental issues from 2018 that came to the fore. They came to the fore simply because the schools had been neglected. We have spent more money in the last 3.5 years than the Democratic Labour Party administration spent on schools in the 10 years previous that they were in office prior to 2018. That is a fact. And we did more schools in that time, making sure that we were able to do all of the preventative maintenance at the school plants. Does it mean that we have done every single thing that we would have wanted to do to make sure that everything is safe and sound? It is impossible because the conditions with which we found the school plants was such that you had to start from scratch. You had to rebuild schools. They talk about they would like to see new schools, but they don't realize that if I had taken up money to go and build a new school, St. Bartholomew and St. Christopher would not have had the necessary repair work that had to be done over the last 3 years. So let them not fool you. You heard about the new school that was going to be built up, Searles. It never happened under Democratic Labour Party administration. And instead of opening new schools, they closed down Alma Paris. Shut down the Alma Paris Secondary School in the north of the island. A school where children who were not necessarily academically inclined, underperforming in the common entrance examination in maths and English, were persons who were able to do things with their hands. And they didn't care about those children. Many of those children may have even belonged to you or may have had the opportunity to go there if the school was open. But we made a promise to the people of this country in 2018 that we would reopen the Alma Paris Secondary School. And I stand here tonight to say to you that the construction is ongoing. The retrofitting of the building is ongoing. And we will deliver on the promise to those students who in many cases have felt as though there was no place for them in the system, because that is the Barbados Labour Party way. So don't let them come and tell you that you must vote otherwise than for the Barbados Labour Party. We haven't always gotten it right. But during this crisis, there was no playbook. There was no precedent to follow. In many cases, we had to get in and just simply manage and to work hard to be able to make sure that we do the right things in your name and in the name of the people of this country. And if anything, we have never stopped trying to do the things that are right by the people of this country. When the crisis first hit, what did we do? We didn't say, oh, well, we don't know nothing about this pandemic, so we ain't gonna do nothing. We got out there, went down to Harrison Point, looked at a facility which the Democratic Labour Party administration allowed to run to ruin. And Prime Minister Motley found the money and made sure that with Lieutenant Colonel Bostic, we were able to get that institution operationalized in the shortest space of time. That is leadership. Don't tell me that leadership does not matter, Barbados. Don't tell me Christchurch East that leadership does not matter. Because all of us who are part of this era of leadership in this country understand that we have a responsibility to you. And our only regret is that we lost a couple people along the way that we feel in our heart of hearts we should never have lost. but we didn't know how to deal with a crisis of this magnitude as no other country in the world was able to grapple with. But we made improvements to all of our institutions, all of our health institutions, because we understood that even with the transition for the polyclinics being open 24 hours, we still had a responsibility during this period to make sure that healthcare was delivered to the people of this country. So when you say you ain't get the appointment at the hospital or the surgery get put back, yes, we understand that things have been difficult during this period, but we also understand that we couldn't put people's lives at risk. And what we must now do after the 19th is reorganize exactly what we have started. Because people are not only dying from COVID, but they're dying from all kinds of chronic non-communicable diseases. We haven't stopped having diabetes and hypertension. And people are therefore at a point now in our history where we have to divert resources to making sure that we get things back on track with our hospital. But even as it relates to housing, we have said that we will build over 10,000 homes across Barbados, because the people of Christchurch East, just like the people in St. Michael's South East and the city and St. Andrew, deserve the opportunity to not live in cramped conditions, to have the opportunity to be first-time homeowners, to be able to raise their children in conditions which are conducive to learning, and to make sure that the environment in which children are growing up is one which they don't become selfish because there's not enough to go around or there's not enough space. So when we set the goal of 10,000 homes, we're not going to snap our fingers and the homes are going to appear. There still has to be work put in. But if you do not have a vision, it means that you cannot set the targets for which to work towards it. But what we know is that when having set the target, we know that we have to get people, or young people in particular, back into the skills arena. We know that we have to have the Polytechnic and the Barbados Vocational Training Board ensuring that they are providing the necessary resources to output as many people in the skilled area as possible. And what does that equate to? It equates to work for Barbadians. It equates to work for the people who are skilled, the painters, the artisans, the steel benders, the window repairers, the people who sell food as a concession outside of the construction sites. That is what economic activity is all about. And I say to you tonight that the Barbados Labour Party has delivered before, and the Barbados Labour Party will deliver again. This is a party with a proud record of taking unemployment in this country from 22% down to 6%. We didn't do it without the dint of hard work behind the Barbados Labour Party leadership. And therefore, I have every confidence that if we say we can put 10,000 houses out there, if we say that we are going to revamp the entire medical system, if we say that we are going to transform education, we are going to work tirelessly every single day until we get it done. We said we would get rid of the sewage, and Wilfred Abrams got the sewage removed. And so I stand here tonight as I close, calling on all who are within earshot to vote for Wilfred Abrams. The Barbados Labour Party is ready to continue the work that it has started, but it needs a team. And it can only get that team in place if the people of Christchurch East come out in their numbers and show support for the party. It can only do it if the people of Christchurch East walk hand in hand with Wilfred Abrams and ensure that he is able to walk up the steps of Parliament after the 19th of January. I implore you, people of Christchurch East, do right by Wilfred, and Wilfred will do right by you. God bless you, and good night.
Are you ready? 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 When the roll is called out, I'll be
be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. But if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call me by my name. I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told.
You have just heard from the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of St. Michael Southeast, Santia Bradshaw. Tonight, you have heard the message from this platform. You've heard from Dr. William Duguid, who will be returned as the man to represent the constituency of Christchurch West. You have heard from Adrian Medic Ford, who I'm told has got it all covered, but he's not giving up. He is still working hard. He will be returned as the man to represent the constituency of Christchurch West Central. You have heard from the man who controls the purse, Ryan Strong, the next representative for the constituency of Christchurch East Central. We've had it tight. He has had his several engagements this evening. My good friend, hard-working QC, Ralph Thorne, he is here. He is not speaking tonight, but he is here in support of his friend and comrade Wilfred Abrams. But we know that Christchurch South will return Ralph Thorne to be their parliamentary representative on Wednesday. We know that to be the case. But I know that here in Silver Sands, you have your own man, the good man, Wilfred Arthur Abrams, and that you will return him as to be your representative on Wednesday the 19th. He will be your representative again. Wilfred Arthur Abrams, the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch East. Wilfred Arthur Abrams, thank you tonight. You've been well behaved. You've been good. Thank you. Good night. Get home safe, and may God continue to bless you as he blesses Barbados, Wilfred Abrams, and Mia Montley, and the Barbados Labour Party.
Christchurch East. It must be confusion in their mind. I'm voting for Wilfred like last time. Stamp me X down. One time. For Wilfred Abrams, we stamp it every time. Yeah. Wilfred Abrams is number one. Cause we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrams is number one. And we vote for him. We will vote him this time. Vote him all the time. So we vote for Abrams last time. Voting Abrams this time. We vote Abrams last time. Vote him every time. So we vote Abrams last time. We will vote him this time. We vote Abrams last time. Vote him all the time. So he's about development, and clearly that is evident. Wilfred don't talk for show. The whole of Christchurch East, no. The Dems only get me vexed. I giving Wilfred Abrams me ex. He got to get my vote and take control of things so we can expect even more than what we already have. We voting for Wilfred. We can expect even more than what we already have. We voting for Wilfred, yeah. Wilfred Abrams is number one. Cause we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrams is number one. And we vote for him. We will vote him this time. Vote him all the time. So we vote for Abrams last time.
Everybody voting for Wilfred.
We vote for Abrams last time. Vote him every time.
Shoulders, knees and toes. It's Wilfred Abrams in full control. My head. Shoulders, knees and toes. Abrams got to get my vote, cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. Cause we don't want them. Them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. I caught Abrams is the best, so tell Dennis no, back up and left, he just can't test. Last time I checked, Abrams they done go along with the X, so pack up and go, pack up and go. Nobody don't want to see Dennis no. Everybody in Christchurch saying so. So Abrams got to run this show. I caught January 19th, Abrams can look it. Nobody from the opposition can